Welcome to Requiro. Today we're going to be talking about updates in Luigi Mangione's case. And I do want to say a couple of things before we jump into the video. I do want to say sorry this video is coming out a lot later than expected, just because of a couple of reasons. One, I took last week off because I was in between of dog sitting, home, and then a new place where I'm dog sitting, where I'm currently at now. Again, I've been home for 2 days this entire month. So I do apologize. This video is coming out a lot later than expected, and then there were some delays in Luigi Mangione's case, so I wanted that to happen first, and then I would go over it and talk about it in this video, so I had to wait for that, and things are just happening a lot later than expected in this video, so I do apologize about that. And it is currently Friday. Normally I like to film this more earlier in the week, or in the middle of the week, but then things happened, so yeah, there's just been a lot of delays this week on me making this video for you guys. I do apologize, this video is coming out a lot later than expected, and this month you guys are only getting 2 videos instead of 3, just because I'm busy with time and all that, and these videos take a lot of time to do and stuff, like you guys know. And like you guys already know, or probably noticed in Luigi Mangione's case, it has been quite quiet in his case over the last couple of months, and you guys also probably noticed, if you follow me on this channel, where I've just been going over and making audio versions of the really big documents in Luigi Mangione's case in the meanwhile. But recently, there's been a lot more stuff going on in Luigi Mangione's case. We will cover that in this video. Again, there's timestamps, all that, you know how this works. We go everything in order in Luigi Mangione's case, so there's a nice little timeline for you guys here. And all the information and all the sources I use in this week's video will be up on the website on this week's episode. And if there's anything I got wrong or anything like that, please let me know in the comments down below, and I'll sure to pin it or bring it up in my next video, because I am human, I do make mistakes. Now, let's get into the video. Hi, it's Future Muse. This is all the current information as me recording this video on the 19th of June 2026, the 20th of June 2026, and also the 21st of June 2026. Yes, I took 3 days to film this video. I normally would film these from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m, but I'm dog sitting and I've been having a lot of delays when I was making this video this week. So I originally said I filmed this on the 18th of June 2026, but I was wrong. I actually filmed this on the 19th of June 2026. My brain was getting scrambled of looking at dates from the 18th of June 2026, and I was very sleep deprived. I do apologize about that. You could clearly tell in that video. But anyway, back to past me from 3 days ago. The 7th of April 2026, this is a document requesting for the 4th of January 2026 transcript to be released to the public, so I'll pop it up on screen for you guys.
In the United States District Court for the Southern District of New York, USA/Plaintiff, S. v. Case No. Defendant, S. Notice of filing of official transcript notice is hereby given that an official transcript of a held on has been filed by the court reporter/transcriber in the above captioned matter. Redaction responsibilities apply to the attorneys of record or pro se parties, even if the person requesting the transcript is a judge or a member of the public or media. The parties have 7 calendar days from the date of filing of this notice to file with the court any notice of intent to request redaction of this transcript. A copy of said notice must also be served on the court reporter. If no such notice is filed, the transcript may be made remotely electronically available to the public without redaction after 90 calendar days. This process may only be used to redact the following personal data identifiers: social security numbers, dates of birth, minors' names, and financial account numbers. See Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 5.2 and Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 49.1. Parties wishing to request redaction of other information may proceed by motion. We certify that the foregoing is a correct transcript from the record of proceedings in the above entitled matter.
The 13th of April 2026. Please take this document with a little bit of skepticism. I did get this from Reddit, but this is a document from the prosecutors in Pennsylvania of their update of Luigi Mangione's unavailability to appear in Pennsylvania court. So I'll pop it up on screen for you guys.
The 13th of April 2026 Blair County District Attorney's Office Notice of Defendant's Unavailability for Person Appearance Precite for Consent to Remote Appearance Dickey, Thomas M. The 13th of April 2026 Service served.
So this is another document that came out on the same day from prosecutors in Pennsylvania. Please take it with a little bit of skepticism. I did get this from Instagram, and document is just basically going over and saying Luigi Mangione's unavailability to appear in Pennsylvania court, and Luigi Mangione refuses to do it virtually, and Luigi Mangione's attorney in Pennsylvania is not letting him do it through Zoom. Prosecution's words saying he refuses to let Luigi do it through Zoom. That's what the prosecution say in Pennsylvania. But again, we'll go over in the document. And I've went over this kind of stuff many times in the last 2 years in Luigi Mangione's case. It's just, again, them saying Luigi Mangione refuses to do it virtually. It's his right to do it in person. They refuse to send Luigi Mangione from New York to Pennsylvania because they say it's too expensive. Sometimes they say they will, sometimes they say they won't. I do want to say a massive thank you to Mangana050698 on Instagram for DMing it to me, because like you guys already know, a lot of these documents I don't get access to because I live in Australia instead of in the United States. So a massive thank you to them for DMing it to me, and they told me how they get it. It's basically you can sign up to a signing list in the United States and you get like documents like sent to you. In Luigi Mangione's case, that is available to the public. I don't think you get like personal private documents no one else can see on Thomas Dickey's side of things in Luigi Mangione's case, but that's basically how they got it, and then they just like post it on the internet for like everyone to see. Because again, when people post it on Reddit and they have the little link there, I click it and it just says you don't have access to this. I'm like, thank you. A massive thank you to them for DMing me this. They've done it a couple of times in this video, especially from documents from Thomas Dickey, so a massive thank you to them. I do recommend you guys to go check them out on Instagram. They do like post a lot of documents in Luigi Mangione's case from Thomas Dickey's side of things and also Karen Alcavillo's side of things. So I'll pop the document up on screen for you guys.
In the Court of Common Pleas of Blair County, Pennsylvania Criminal Division, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania versus Luigi Nicholas Mangione, defendant, CP 07CR0002724-2024. Notice of defendant's unavailability for personal appearance in the Blair County Court of Common Pleas and precite for consent to remote appearance, filed on behalf of Commonwealth of Pennsylvania Peter J. Weeks, Esquire District Attorney PA, ID 201,051 Nicole M. Smith, Esquire First Assistant District Attorney PA, ID 200,855 Office of the District Attorney Blair County Courthouse 423 Allegheny Street, Suite 421 Hollidaysburg, Pennsylvania 16648, 814-693-3010. Counsel of Record, Thomas M. Dickey. In the Court of Common Pleas of Blair County, Pennsylvania Criminal Division, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania versus Luigi Nicholas Mangione, defendant, CP 07CR0002724-2024-2026 APR. Notice of defendant's unavailability II for personal appetency in the BIAR counts Carro did appear and facet poons elter remote appearance, and now comes the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania by and through the District Attorney's Office of Blair County, and files this notice of defendant's unavailability for personal appearance in the Blair County Court of Common Pleas and precite for consent to remote appearance, and in support thereof avers the following. 1. Defendant, Luigi Nicholas Mangione, defendant Mangione, was charged at the above captioned criminal action numbers with forgery, utters forged writing, 18 PACSS 4101A3E3, firearms not to be carried without license, 18 PACS $6,106 A1, tamper records or identification, writings, 18 PACSS 4104A, possess instrument of crime, 18 PACS $907, and various related criminal offences. On or about December 19, 2024, Defendant Mangione elected to waive his preliminary hearing with a preservation of habeas and then waived extradition to the state of New York, where he faces homicide, and related waivers would cause him to be removed from the jurisdiction of Blair County in order to first prosecute him on his homicide case. The undersigned served a detainer by email and hand service to secure Defendant Mangione's appearance after his homicide prosecution. Notably, the logistics and costs for the transportation and housing of Defendant Mangione were significantly greater than a typical inmate due to the media and public attention generated by the New York allegations. Further, there were significant security concerns regarding the custody and transportation of Defendant Mangione due to the public attention the case has received and the threats received by the criminal justice system regarding Defendant Mangione's prosecution. Subsequent to Defendant Mangione's custody being transferred from the Blair County Sheriff to the New York City Police Department, he was taken into custody by the United States government on a federal indictment for homicide and related charges. Consequently, Defendant Mangione was detained in a federal prison where he remains. The undersigned has been in communication with Assistant United States Attorney Frank Balsamillo and the other United States attorneys prosecuting Defendant Mangione for the purposes of providing discovery to the United States government and to ascertain whether Defendant Mangione would be physically available for court appearances in Blair County during the pendency of his federal prosecution. 6. On or about February 12, 2025, the undersigned received a letter from the United States Attorney's Southern District of New York, which indicated that Defendant Mangione would not be made physically available to Blair County until the disposition of his federal charges, including any sentencing proceedings. The letter also indicates that Defendant Mangione will be made available via video conference should he elect to proceed in any or all stages of his Blair County prosecution remotely. 7. The Commonwealth received Defendant Mangione's pre-cite to schedule hearing and demand for personal appearance on or about June 20, 2025 and immediately reached out to the Federal Prosecutor's Office in New York 8 on or about June 2, 2025. The undersigned received a letter from the United States Attorney's Southern District of New York, which indicated that Defendant Mangione would not be made physically available to Blair County until the disposition of his federal charges, including any sentencing proceedings. The letter also indicates that Defendant Mangione will be made available via video conference should he elect to proceed in any or all stages of his Blair County prosecution remotely. 9. Subsequent to this correspondence and at the demand of Defendant Mangione's attorney, who repeatedly has declined to allow Defendant Mangione to participate remotely, the Commonwealth filed a petition for writ of habeas corpus ad prosequendum with the court. The writ was eventually signed by the court and forwarded to the United States Attorney's Office, who ultimately denied the writ. The court has ordered the Commonwealth to provide continuous additional updates on the availability of Defendant Mangione, and the same is addressed by this notice. See the position of the United States Attorney's Office regarding the physical unavailability of Defendant Mangione has made Defendant Mangione unavailable pursuant to PAR, Crim P 600. The Commonwealth's detainer and previously filed writ of habeas corpus ad prosequendum reflects its intent to secure Defendant Mangione once he is physically available for prosecution in Blair County. 11. Notably, the Commonwealth is aware of pending trial dates in the next coming months for Defendant Mangione's federal case and New York State case. Based on conversations with Manhattan County District Attorney's Office prosecutors and Assistant United States attorneys, the Commonwealth believes Defendant Mangione will remain unavailable for personal appearances until the conclusion of said trials. However, the Commonwealth asserts that the instant motion may be decided by the court without a hearing or the personal appearance of Defendant Mangione. Wherefore, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania respectfully requests this honorable court to enter an order acknowledging receipt of the attached correspondence and Defendant Mangione's unavailability, pursuant to PAR, Crim P 600 unless Defendant Mangione elects to appear via video conferencing. Respectfully submitted, Peter J. Weeks, Blair County District Attorney, Blair County District Attorney's Office, 423 Allegheny Street, St. 421 Hollidaysburg, Pennsylvania 16648, 814, 693-3010 respectfully submitted. N. Nicole M. Smith, First Assistant District Attorney, Blair County District Attorney's Office. In the Court of Common Pleas of Blair County, Pennsylvania Criminal Division, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania vs. Luigi Nicholas Mangione, Defendant, CP 07CR000274-2024. Certificate of Compliance. I certify that this filing complies with the provisions of the Public Access Policy of the Unified Judicial System of Pennsylvania. Case records of the appellate and trial courts that require filing confidential information and documents differently than non-confidential information and documenta. Respectfully submitted, Flood District Attorney. In the Court of Common Pleas of Blair County, Pennsylvania Criminal Division, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania vs. Luigi Nicholas Mangione, Defendant, CP 07CR000274-2024. Certificate of Service. I, Peter J. Weeks, District Attorney, do hereby certify that I have served on this day a true and correct copy of the foregoing motion via email to Thomas M. Dickey, Esquire, ESQ 308 Orchard Avenue, Altoona, Pennsylvania 16602. Date, April 12, 2026. File Peter J. Weeks, ESQ, for the Commonwealth.
Okay, so that was the end of that document, and now I'm just going to go over my little notes and breakdown and things I want to bring up in this document. You know the gist, you know how these videos go. I made many of them, and like I said earlier, this document's pretty similar to like all the other documents we've read from Thomas Dickey's side of things. In Luigi Mangione's case of just saying Luigi Mangione's unavailability, he's in New York, Luigi Mangione's right is to be there in person. Same thing in New York as well. Luigi Mangione has the right to be there in person, and they basically have to update the court once every like couple of weeks or so in Luigi Mangione's case of saying Luigi Mangione's unavailability to appear in Pennsylvania court. And the only really big difference in this document compared to all the other ones I've read, they just brought up the charges they have on Luigi Mangione in Pennsylvania, and also like when they wanted to get rid of the extradite Luigi Mangione to New York, but that was ignored. Luigi Mangione was sent to New York from Pennsylvania. It's also brought up again. Luigi Mangione is busy in New York and won't be available to appear in Pennsylvania because of that reason. I've heard about this all before in the past, but I think the reason why they're going over this and bringing it up again just because it's been so long since that's all happened, like, you know, 2024, like 2 years ago at this point. So I think they're just doing a little refresher of that because, you know, it's been so long. I don't like 2024 was like 2 years ago. No, I don't like that. But yeah, I think that's why they're just doing a little refresher of like everything for the charges on Luigi Mangione in Pennsylvania. This was also brought up in the document. So basically on February 12th, 2025, prosecution received a letter from people in New York higher up. It doesn't really clearly say who, it just says from New York, so I'm assuming someone higher up in New York court in Luigi Mangione's case basically sent a letter saying Luigi Mangione will not be available to appear in Pennsylvania court until all of his charges and everything happens in New York is over, and when that is done, he will be available to appear in Pennsylvania. Until then, Luigi Mangione will not be available because of that reason. It's also brought up in the document on June 20th, 2025. Prosecution in Pennsylvania demanded for Luigi Mangione to appear in Pennsylvania court, but because they have received a letter being told Luigi Mangione will not be available to appear in Pennsylvania because of, you know, he's busy in New York dealing with the New York charges, dealing with two entirely different cases going on that are basically the same thing, you know, double jeopardy right there. We'll go over that later. You've heard my anger about that a couple of months ago when I went over that. And so again, they were very much told Luigi Mangione is not available to appear in Pennsylvania because, you know, he's in New York. And it was explained they realized it's going to be way too expensive to send Luigi Mangione from New York all the way to Pennsylvania. It's way more expensive than they thought it would be. Same thing with security, just because of how high profile this case is, especially towards like the media, etc. in this case. And again, it was way more expensive than they all thought. Also brought up in this document as well, the amount of times Thomas Dickey has refused for Luigi Mangione on his behalf to appear virtually through Zoom for his charges in Pennsylvania court, because it is his right to be there in person. And again, Luigi Mangione has the right to be there and participate in person in Pennsylvania with the Pennsylvania charges. And it's also brought up in this document of the habeas corpus that was filed. It was also denied because of the amount of times they keep requesting for Luigi Mangione to appear in Pennsylvania, but he has not appeared because, you know, he is busy in New York. That was also brought up in the document. The amount of times of like habeas corpus was filed, it was denied because Luigi Mangione isn't there in person to be there and deal with the charges in Pennsylvania. So it's also brought up in this document, the prosecution in Pennsylvania have talked to people in New York about Luigi Mangione's appearing in Pennsylvania for the Pennsylvania charges. It doesn't say who they were talking to, they were just talking to someone, so I'm assuming someone higher up in New York dealing with that kind of stuff they were talking to in Luigi Mangione's case for Luigi Mangione to appear in Pennsylvania. But again, they keep saying he's not available, he's in New York, he's dealing with the New York charges. He will be available to go to Pennsylvania when everything in New York has done and dusted, and then he'll be available to appear in Pennsylvania. Again, I'm saying that multiple times, but that's basically, it's like back and forth of like them saying he's not available, he's in New York, we want him in Pennsylvania, can we have him? No, he's in New York, wait. Basically it. And basically just prosecutors in Pennsylvania just going, can we have them please? And just sounding a little bit like a whiny baby. We haven't really heard that much from the Pennsylvania things in Luigi Mangione's case, one, because again, he's busy in New York, but then also on top of that, I think we'll hear more of that in the next couple of years or so when Luigi Mangione does eventually have to deal with the charges in Pennsylvania. But I think this is probably the first time for a while now, I guess, we've heard from the prosecutors in Pennsylvania, on the Pennsylvania side of things. This was also brought up in the document that I thought it was quite interesting. We haven't really heard this kind of side of things in Luigi Mangione's case in the Pennsylvania side of things, but basically it was brought up, they said they might move forward with a motion in Luigi Mangione's case in the Pennsylvania side of things without Luigi Mangione appearing in Pennsylvania court or even having a scheduled court date for Luigi Mangione. So they might move forward with that, maybe with a motion. And at the end of the document, it does just say this is just a receipt for Luigi Mangione's unavailability to appear in Pennsylvania court because, you know, he's busy in New York, like we all know. The 27th of April 2026, this is a letter from Karen Arcafillo. I'll pop it up on the screen for you guys.
April 27th, 2026 via email, the Honorable Margaret M. Garnett, United States District Judge, Southern District of New York, 40 Foley Square, New York, New York 10007 Re, United States v. Mangione, 25 CR 176, MMG, Dear Judge Garnett, Counsel thanks the court for appointing the esteemed Avram Moskowitz as learned counsel to Mr. Mangione's defense team. Mr. Moskowitz has been an invaluable resource, providing thoughtful guidance, while drawing on his exceptional network of resources, including mitigation specialists, experts, and most importantly his own deep knowledge and experience. It has been a true privilege to work alongside Mr. Moskowitz and this outstanding team of dedicated professionals. The transition with Mr. Moskowitz and the team is now complete. In light of the fact that this is no longer a capital matter, their continued involvement is no longer necessary. Thank you again. Respectfully submitted, Karen Friedman Anafilo Mark Anafilo Jacob Kaplan, counsel for Luigi Mangione.
Basically, this letter is just Karen Arcafillo saying a massive thank you to Mr. Moskowitz for his work on Luigi Mangione's case, but this isn't a federal case anymore, so basically, aka not a death penalty case anymore, so they will no longer need Mr. Moskowitz's services anymore, and he can go off and work on other cases with the death penalty still have not taken off the the table. But this is just a very formal goodbye and massive thank you to all of Mr. Moskowitz's work. I'm struggling with the "w" in this, but this is just a very formal way of them saying thank you for Mr. Moskowitz's services in Luigi Mangione's case and on his legal team from Karen Alcafillo, and also on the behalf of all the Luigi Mangione supporters. I know you're never gonna watch this video. None of these people will. A massive thank you to Mr. Moskowitz as well for all the work he's done in Luigi Mangione's case. He did an amazing job, and hope he can do many more amazing jobs in other people's cases that are handling the death penalty. So thank you so much for all your work. And I know they're not gonna watch this. I know none of these people I talk about in these videos are ever gonna watch this. I'll be surprised if they do. Do a smiley face if you do in the comments down below. God, that'd be funny, wouldn't it? The 28th of April 2026. So basically this is a document of just Judge Garnett saying she's agreeing of letting go of Mr. Moskowitz because this isn't a federal case anymore. And I'm not going to show it to you on screen because again it's just stamped and it's exactly the same. It's just her agreeing to it. I've only been talking for 50 minutes and I'm already losing my voice. Because if you guys know me in my personal life, none of you, I don't really like talking that much. When I'm in a group of people, I just shut down and then just I'm just there. I just physically can't talk to anyone. There's select mutism. If you chat to me online, I don't ever shut up. But in person, if there's more than one person, I have select mutism. Don't know why, I just do. Actually, no, I do know where it stems from, but we're not getting into this video. I want to know, my throat hurts so much when I make these videos for hours on end. People who never shut the fuck up, let me know in the comments down below, how do you guys talk for so long and your voices just don't hurt? Let me know. This also came out on the same day. This is a statement from Karen Alcafillo, basically saying Luigi Mangione does not condone violence or any political parties or anything like that. And again, I'll show you the quote in a minute, but this was involving the California warehouse arson incident.
Got some new details this morning on a massive warehouse fire in California. Police say Tuesday's fire in Ontario was the work of a disgruntled employee. New video posted to social media appears to show a person holding a lighter and igniting pallets of toilet paper.
All you had to do was pay us enough to live. There goes your inventory.
29-year-old Kamal Abdul Karim has been arrested on felony arson charges and is being held now without bail. Police say he's an employee of NFI Industries, a third-party distributor for Kimberly-Clark, which of course is a consumer goods company.
Where basically detectives and police were bringing up Luigi Mangione's name and referencing it when this was happening about that incident and what this statement from Karen Alcafillo was basically referring to. But I'll pop Karen Alcafillo's statement up on the screen for you guys.
Please note that this statement is in response to a media inquiry. As we have stated before in multiple public court filings, Mr. Mangione does not support violent actions and does not condone past or future political violence. These repeated attempts to connect him to unrelated acts, or to insinuate that he condones or supports these acts are irresponsible, dangerous and prejudicial.
So that was the end of Karen Alcafillo's statement about that incident. Again, Luigi Mangione does not condone violence or anything like that, and the only people that talk on the behalf of Luigi Mangione is his legal team. Again, it's kind of infuriating. This keeps happening. Again, we'll go over later on in the video, more so in the section of things that aren't really important to Luigi Mangione's case, but are important, but I just have nowhere to put it in the video. You know where it is. Again, we've seen it many times before in the past. They keep bringing up Luigi Mangione's name in random cases that don't involve Luigi Mangione whatsoever. I think the media and police officers in different parts of the United States just keep using Luigi Mangione's name as like a keyword. Like, guys, stop using his name for like clicks or like a hashtag. It doesn't work like that, guys. It's not a keyword you need to have in your interview about some random case that isn't involving Luigi Mangione whatsoever. I think they feel like if they say his name, more people will tune in than more so, telling people what's actually going on. It's very annoying, I think, anyway. The 30th of April 2026. This is a document requesting for the 30th of January 2026 transcript to be released, and I do have a dedicated video just going over that transcript. I released that a couple of weeks ago. It's just an audio version of that transcript if you guys want to go check it out. And that's basically what this document is. It's just saying, hey, we want this to be released to the public, and it already has. So I'll pop this document up on screen for you guys.
In the United States District Court for the Southern District of New York, USA/Plaintiff, S. v. Case No. Defendant, S. Notice of filing of official transcript notice is hereby given that an official transcript of a held on has been filed by the court reporter/transcriber in the above captioned matter. Redaction responsibilities apply to the attorneys of record or pro se parties, even if the person requesting the transcript is a judge or a member of the public or media. The parties have 7 calendar days from the date of filing of this notice to file with the court any notice of intent to request redaction of this transcript. A copy of said notice must also be served on the court reporter. If no such notice is filed, the transcript may be made remotely electronically available to the public without redaction after 90 calendar days. This process may only be used to redact the following personal data identifiers: social security numbers, dates of birth, minors' names, and financial account numbers. See Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 5.2 and Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 49.1. Parties wishing to request redaction of other information may proceed by motion. We certify that the foregoing is a correct transcript from the record of proceedings in the above entitled matter. Court reporter. Transcriber date.
This came out on the same day. Normally I would not bring this kind of stuff up in Luigi Mangione's case because 1, it's not really relevant, or 2, it's just like random internet mumbo jumbo, and I just ignore that. I only go over the facts and what's actually going on in Luigi Mangione's case. Except for that one time, I was like getting way too annoyed of like people's stupidity. It's like, please just ignore it. Please think more longer than like 2 minutes about this. Anyway, my random side note video there, that it was what happens when I leave to try organize things in my life. And then I get annoyed of people. Where the fuck am I going with this? Anyway, but basically normally I would leave this near the end of the video, or I would just not bring this up whatsoever, because like it happens a lot, funny enough. But basically, this actually showed up on the official website where prosecution in Luigi Mangione's case, and also like documents from Luigi Mangione's legal team, and also even the judges in Luigi Mangione's case upload their documents. Basically, by the way, this man is not involved with Luigi Mangione's legal team whatsoever. He's not involved with anyone higher up or anything like that. He basically just went into court and basically tried to get the release of Luigi Mangione and dismiss all of his charges and all that. And his name is Patel. It was like really random. Like we've heard something similar in the past about this. That was like more so near the end of last year or the start of last year, but like nothing really truly came out saying it was Luigi Mangione. But this was like officially from someone trying to get Luigi Mangione released who isn't like attached to Luigi Mangione's legal team and all that, to get him released and get the charges dropped. I just thought I should put that here. But anyway, I'll put like the official thing that popped up. This person's attempt to get Luigi Mangione released and in the official court system and stuff like that was denied, obviously, because he's not a part of Luigi Mangione's legal team or anything like that. I'm not sure if he's like a lawyer or not, or that to get this. Maybe he was, but again, I don't truly know. But I'll pop it up on screen. It was just so random and so strange, but we've seen it before in the past. But I'll pop it up on screen for you guys.
April 30th, 2026 order as to Luigi Nicholas Mangione, the court has received a request from a person identifying themselves as Raj K. Patel to file a petition for habeas corpus on behalf of the defendant, seeking his release and the dismissal of the charges in this and other cases. Because the defendant is represented by counsel, and because intervention in a criminal case is limited to a very narrow set of circumstances where the constitutional rights of a third party are at issue, for example to protect attorney-client privilege of a third party or to ensure press access to judicial proceedings, none of which are present here, the court will deny Mr. Patel's request to appear, to intervene, and to file his proposed habeas corpus petition, signed by Judge Margaret M. Garnett on the 30th of April 2026. Garnet, Margaret, entered, the 30th of April 2026, May document.
That was on the official website like courtlistener.com. Again, that's where the prosecution in Luigi Mangione's case upload their documents. The judges in Luigi Mangione's case upload their documents, and also sometimes Luigi Mangione's legal team upload their documents as well. But a lot of Luigi Mangione's documents from his legal team end up on his own personal website. But yeah, I thought that was just way too big to, not bring this up here or just ignore, because it was on the official website and someone tried to do this legally through the legal systems. I just thought I should put that here. It was so random. Again, we've had this before in the past with other times, but it wasn't truly confirming it was getting Luigi Mangione out and stuff. Again, we've heard many times past with other random bits and pieces flowing, and then people just forget about it and move on, but this was just on the official website, and I feel like I needed to add this here. Anyway, we're moving on. It is about 3 p.m, the dog wants to go for a walk soon, and I am losing my voice, and I'm a little bit tired, and I want to do other things, so I will see you guys all tomorrow. Me doing it this way is a lot easier on me than powering through. Again, I'm trying to work out the best way of me making these videos and not burn out. I don't want to do that. I enjoy making these, so I'm trying to figure out the best way of doing these and not burn out. Anyway, I'm trying to work on a healthy workflow of doing these anyway, but still keep up with my schedule and all that. Anyway, I will see you guys all tomorrow, or in your case, a couple of minutes. See you soon. Bye. So it is the next day, just because I had to run off and do things, but we are sticking with the anime theme look today. It's less Violet Evergarden and more cute anime girl next door vibes, this outfit. And yes, I am wearing the shirt that makes men infuriated because I don't want to date them on the internet and they feel like it's okay to say absurd things to me, and insecure older women that have body dysmorphia to feel like it's okay to have an opinion on my own fucking body. Shirt that makes them infuriated. I am wearing that shirt today, so they all just hate this shirt. That's what I'm gonna call it. But yeah, I am wearing it. But I did fix it though, so it doesn't fall down as much. So that's good. And yes, I do notice when I am editing these videos, when I wear this top, sometimes it does fall down. I have fixed the problem, so it won't do that. So anyway, none of you guys care, but I thought it was funny because oh my god, this shirt makes people pissed off for no reason. Anyway, we're moving on. The 11th of May 2026. This is a document from the prosecutors about them arguing and debating about the jury questionnaire in Luigi Mangione's case basically being difficult. I remember when this first came out, and it's just why are they debating just normal everyday questions, saying no, we shouldn't have this good. These are the most basic questions in jury selection to have. What the hell. Anyway, but I do want to say a massive thank you to Mangana 050698 for DMing me this when this first came out. Again, I did have access to this on the official website, but I just want to say thank you for them to DMing me. I have mentioned them beforehand, and I do want to say this here, we haven't actually seen the full jury selectionnaire yet in Luigi Mangione's case for Judge Garnett's trial yet. This is just basically vague bits and pieces of what we know about the jury questionnaire in Luigi Mangione's case. Anyway, so I'll pop this document up on screen for you guys.
May 11th, 2026 via ECF Honorable Margaret M. Garnett, United States District Judge, Southern District of New York, 40 Foley Square, New York, 10007 Re. United States v. Luigi Nicholas Mangione, 25 CR 176, MMG, Dear Judge Garnett, on May 4, 2026, the government submitted a list of juror questionnaire questions as to which the parties are in agreement. The defense also submitted a version of the questionnaire, highlighting in yellow the questions it proposed to which the government objects, the disputed questions. As per the court's April 2, 2026 order, the government respectfully submits this letter setting forth the basis for its objections to the disputed questions. To avoid confusion, both the disputed questions and the questions as to which there are agreement are referenced using the numbers in the defense's version of the questionnaire. Applicable law: a criminal defendant has a constitutional right to a fair trial by an impartial jury. Newman v. Virginia, 500 U.S. 415, 439 N1, 1991. At the same time, however, the trial court retains great latitude in deciding what questions should be asked on voir dire. ID, at 424, Accord Rosales-Lopez v. United States, 451 U.S. 182, 188, 1981. Because the obligation to impanel an impartial jury lies in the first instance with the trial judge, and because he must rely largely on his immediate perceptions, federal judges have been accorded ample discretion in determining how best to conduct the voir dire. Consistent with that broad discretion, courts in this circuit routinely limit voir dire and juror questionnaires to questions reasonably directed toward uncovering actual bias or inability to follow the law. See United States v. Barnes, 604 F, 2D 121, 138, 2D Sin 1979. As long as a defendant's substantial rights are protected by a voir dire designed to uncover bias as to issues in the cases and as to the defendant himself, then reasonable limitations on the questioning should not be disturbed on appeal. Courts likewise may properly exclude questions that are cumulative, unnecessarily intrusive, argumentative, or designed to condition jurors to a party's theory of the case. See Newman, 500 U.S. at 424-25, recognizing trial courts' authority to limit unnecessarily intrusive questioning that might make the jurors feel that they themselves were on trial. Barnes, 604 F, 2D at 138. In our opinion, the purpose of the voir dire is to ascertain disqualifications, not to afford individual analysis in depth to permit a party to choose a jury that fits into some mold that he believes appropriate for his case. United States v. Tutino, 883 F, 2D 1125, 1133, 2D Sin 1989. Although the questioning must be fair, it need not include specific points requested by a particular defendant. United States v. Taylor, 562 F, 2D 1345, 1355, 2D Sin 1977. Proper to deny inquiries into prospective jurors' educational backgrounds and questions designed to elicit information about jurors' children. United States v. Workman, 454 F, 2D 1124, 1128, 9th Sin 1972, upholding district court's refusal to ask about attitudes toward drug use, political activists, and anti-war demonstrators in prosecution of anti-war demonstrator for assault on policemen and destruction of government property. This principle applies with particular force to juror questionnaires. Although written questionnaires may assist the court in selecting an impartial jury in high-profile cases, courts must balance that utility against concerns about juror privacy, juror candor, efficiency, and the risk that questionnaires become vehicles for advocacy rather than neutral screening. See United States v. McVeigh, 153 F, 3D 1166, 1207, 10th Sin 1998. Affirming exclusion of proposed voir dire questions where the defendant seeks to ask a juror to speculate or precomment on how that juror might vote based on any particular facts. United States v. Fell, 372 F sub 2D 766, 770, DVT 2005. Stakeout questions are those that ask a juror to speculate or precomment to how that juror might vote based on any particular facts. Clearly, such questions are improper. United States v. Gotti, number 2 CR 743, RCC, 2004 WL 2,274,712, at star 14, SDNY October 7, 2004, limiting voir dire into juror identity to maintain integrity of judicial process. See also Yarborough v. United States, 230 F, 2D 56, 4th C 1956, finding no error and declining to inquire into jurors' religious backgrounds and affiliations since no matter of religious significance was involved. Accordingly, where proposed questions are duplicative, seek highly personal information unrelated to juror impartiality, or risk embedding advocacy and legal argument into the voir dire process itself, this court should decline to include them. Objections to proposed questions, disputed questions 5, 6, 7, 7, C, and 8 are unnecessarily intrusive. Questions 7, 7, B, and 9 elicit sufficient information about jurors' professional and educational backgrounds. Disputed question 14, which asks jurors to list, among other personal details, the ages, genders, occupations, and education histories of their children, is unnecessarily intrusive. The government does not object to question 14, which asks whether a juror has children. Disputed question 15 asks jurors about how often they attend religious services. This question is inappropriate because a juror's religious practices have no bearing on the juror's fitness to serve. The government does not object to question 16, which asks whether a juror's moral, religious, or ethical beliefs would prevent the juror from sitting in judgment of another person. Disputed questions 18, 22, 23, 24, and 25 are duplicative of other questions. The government does not object to question 39 overall, but believes the last subpart of the question is duplicative of question 40. The government does not object to question 41 overall, but believes it is not appropriate to elicit whether a juror has been investigated or targeted in connection with a criminal matter. Criminal investigations are confidential and often governed by grand jury secrecy rules. Moreover, whether someone has been investigated or treated as an investigative target is not always clear. By contrast, being arrested or charged with a crime is an objective and public fact. Disputed question 45 is duplicative of other questions. Disputed question 46 is overbroad. Mere familiarity with heavily trafficked public areas and establishments in Midtown Manhattan has little to no bearing on a juror's ability to remain fair and impartial. Moreover, the question is not reasonably tailored to uncover actual bias. The relevant inquiry is whether a juror has any connection to the case, the parties, witnesses, or events that would impair impartiality, not whether the juror has visited or knows of a prominent Manhattan location. Disputed question 50 is duplicative of other questions, except that the government does not objection to subpart C. Disputed questions 54 through 64 are unnecessary. The government does not object to questions 51 through 53, which are sufficient to elicit whether a juror holds any views about the healthcare insurance industry that would prevent the juror from being fair and impartial. Disputed questions 66 and 67 are not necessary because the court can offer the relevant instructions as part of its preliminary and final jury instructions. Disputed questions 73 through C are unnecessary and risk confusing the jurors. The court will instruct the jurors on the presumption of innocence and the government's burden. Disputed questions 78 and 80 through 83 are unnecessary. The government does not object to questions 74 through 77 and 79, which are sufficient to elicit whether a juror has been exposed to media or press that would prevent the juror from being fair and impartial. Respectfully submitted, Sean S. Buckley, attorney for the United States Attorney acting under authority conferred by 28 U.S.C. Section 515 by S/Dominic A. Gentile, June Ziang, Alexandra S. Messiter, Thomas John Wright, Assistant United States Attorneys, 212-637-2200, by ECF, all counsel of record.
So that was the end of the document from the prosecution arguing about the jury questionnaire they want to give to jurors in Luigi Mangione's case for Judge Garnett's side of things in her trial for Luigi Mangione. But basically this document is just the prosecution arguing about questions in the jury questionnaire. By the way, the questions that they are arguing, saying no, these are way too personal, we need to get rid of them, they are the most basic questions to have in a jury selectionnaire. Like if you have any kids, if you have any job responsibilities if you have certain religious reasons, because like we already know, if in certain religions you have to like go off and leave and pray for a little bit and then come back. So, even with like certain religious events, you have to like, you know, go there, you have to go. You can't like, you know, skip a day or two. Again, very standard question to ask. Same thing with kids, because some people might have children where they have to like send them to daycare and then like, you know, take them out, or like make sure they have a loved one look after their kids if they're like under a certain age, or you can't leave them at home for long periods of time, etc. Or even certain job responsibilities, because you know, people have lives, and with jury selection you do have like a certain amount of time where you're not allowed to interact with the public, etc. You're very much like isolated a little bit. That's like the bits and pieces I know about jury selection there. So again, they're like arguing the most basic questions to ask for people in jury selection. Like, people have lives, okay? Not everyone is like a sad unemployed loser like me, okay? People have lives, people have kids, people have religious events they need to go to. So like, them arguing about the most basic shit people do in their lives is like, no, we don't want these people here. It's like, it's like, these questions are way too personal. No, they're not. Again, it's like, so dumb. And it's like, I remember when it first came out, and like I said on Reddit, because sometimes I do write things on Reddit, I do very much keep myself on Reddit these days. It's a little bit of an echo chamber over there these days, ever since that fake manifesto appeared on Reddit many months ago, where it turned into an echo chamber. It's like, I'm taking a step back from Reddit, I'm just going to sleuth and get documents and leave. I've been doing that ever since, but sometimes I just need to make a little comment. Anyway, but I do remember I made a comment saying, yeah, the prosecution are just stepping in and making things difficult like they normally do. Because, like, you know, they're like wanting to get rid of the most basic questions, and then people kept replying going, oh, but it's their job. I go, I understand if certain questions are, but like a lot of the questions they were arguing are like not invasive whatsoever. Anyway, Reddit sometimes is a little bit of an echo chamber, and I just take a step back, I read the documents and then leave, make sure they are actual documents and not fake ones, you know, like I do. But yeah, like, these are like the most standard questions they have in jury selection and the prosecutions are arguing. I also do find it funny, anytime I read a document from the prosecution, I'm like arguing with the prosecution. I know I shouldn't, I need to break it down and you know, give it unbiased, but sometimes I can't help it. It's like, no, you're not making sense, I need to argue with you. I'm sorry if you guys come for like the prosecution side of things in my videos, and you just hear me argue with the prosecution's arguments and like incredible sarcasm. It's like, it's so obvious though, like what they're going off, it makes no sense. It's like, why? These are basic ass questions. I literally just have in my notes, it's so dumb. The prosecution are arguing these questions that they are asking juries for Luigi Mangione's case in Judge Garnett's thing is basically saying, no, these questions are way too personal to ask, and it's like, no, they're not. Like, these are the most basic questions to ask people. Like, in this document, they did bring up some of the questions that they want to reject from Luigi Mangione's jury questionnaire. Again, it gives us a vague idea of what was basically going to be asked to jurors in Luigi Mangione's case. So basically, and you guys can be as confused as I am, as like, why do you want to get rid of? That's like a normal question. But again, we don't truly have a full idea of what the full jury selection is in Luigi Mangione's case, because I know it's about like 60 something questions or more. I vaguely heard somewhere. Please take that with a little bit of skepticism. But yeah, I know it's a lot of questions. With one of the questions the prosecution argue and say it's way too personal is basically them asking what gender and how old their children are, and if their children are in hospital or anything like that. And the prosecution argue that is way too personal, but they don't But the government doesn't object for the jury questionnaire questioning if they have children, and the answer is, that's not way too personal. Like, people could, like, you know, not be available for jury selection if their kids are a certain age and need to organize, like, you know, care for their kids, like, you know, sending them to daycare, have a family member, or have a long-term nanny, etc., to make sure their kids are, you know, looked after. Again, they have to know how old their children are, because, you know, you can't leave a, you know, 5-year-old home alone and then services will be called on you, or not. Depends on what country have that or whatever, again, etc. But say they're like a little bit older, like 17, 18, they could be left alone at home. Or even if their children have to be, you know, they're in hospital because they're sick or anything like that, and parents would, you know, want to see their kids or go through all important stuff involving their kid being in hospital and them not being available to appear in the jury for Luigi Mangione's case, because, you know, their kid is sick and they have to be there in person because they're a loving parent, hopefully. Again, the questions they're asking isn't way too personal. They're pretty normal standard questions to ask. And another question the prosecution argue is basically asking a juror if they have any certain religious obligations or anything like that, and they say it's way too personal, and asking that question will not affect them of, like, you know, being a part of a jury. And then it's really weird because they literally disproved their reason in, like, the next sentence of they don't object to, like, the question of asking someone if their religion will affect their morals, them attending jury selection, and their own beliefs if they're part of this, and, like, obligations as well. It's really weird. They, like, contradicted themselves in, like, the same sentence. It's like, no, they have to, like, some people have to go to, like, certain religious beliefs. It's not too personal for them to asking, and it will affect it. Again, like I explained earlier in the video, sometimes people have to, like, you know, go pray for certain hours a day, or they have to go do something for their religion that only happens at a certain amount of hours. Again, religion is, like, a big complicated thing, but there is reasons why people will not be able to attend jury selection there, because, again, like I said earlier as well, you have to, like, be there for, like, many weeks and stuff like that, a little bit isolated from everyone else when you're part of a jury from like different lawyers and stuff like that, what it vaguely is like. So again, that question isn't way too personal to ask if they have religion. The question they're asking isn't way too personal if, you know, they're religious and they have to do certain things in their lives because of it. Another question the prosecution want to get rid of is basically the question of asking someone, have they unlawfully been detained by the police or even investigated underneath false intentions, etc., by the police force, detectives, etc., because, you know, if someone in this a jury and was underneath investigation but falsely by the police, and then it results of them, like, you know, being let go and stuff like that because it was, like, you know, false and it was, like, totally someone else, etc., that person will have a unfair bias towards Luigi Mangione, thinking one way or another because of that context. Again, I think that's a perfectly normal question to ask if someone was unfairly investigated by the police or detectives, etc., especially in this case, because, again, juries would think one way or another. Perfectly normal question to ask in this. So yeah, I find it interesting they want to get rid of that. It's like, why? And another question the prosecution object to in Luigi Mangione's case for the jury selection is a question if they live in the Manhattan area in New York where the shooting of Brian Thompson happened, because, or even stay at that hotel, because, you know, certain type of people live in that area, go to that type of hotel, compared to, say, a normal everyday person. Again, different tax bracket, you know, so it's a perfectly normal question to ask, and them, like, wanting to get rid of that question, so basically just have, you know, rich people only part of the jury that are incredibly biased. That's my opinion, allegedly, in this, and them wanting to get rid of that is kind of stupid, because, you know, people think differently in different areas, from financial situations think differently, etc., and being in certain areas, people would think differently compared to another. So I think it's a perfectly normal question for them to ask, because like we already know, the place where Brian Thompson was shot was in front of the Hilton Hotel, and the Hilton Hotel is a very expensive rich people hotel than a normal standard hotel, so only certain people stay at that kind of place, like if you guys know. This next question, we don't have the full question the prosecution want to reject to, but again, we only have vague ideas of it. It's basically the vague question. The question is basically asking someone if they're a part of United Healthcare, their opinions about the United Healthcare system, and basically what their experience are with, and their experience with the healthcare system in the United States, and the prosecution want to get rid of that question, and I find that incredibly odd. It's like, I think that question is incredibly important to have, because, like we already know, this case is heavily implied involving around the American healthcare system. So I think this question is incredibly important to have just because of that reason, and it's a bit odd they want to get rid of that question. It's like, have you guys looked at the case you guys are arguing on? It's involving the United Healthcare system of the United States, of what you guys call a healthcare system. So yeah, it's weird they want to get rid of that. Another question the prosecutors object to is basically if they're a part of the media, news networks, articles, freaking independent journalists, etc. And the prosecution object to that question because they think it's unnecessary, but I think it's incredibly necessary to ask that question, because like we already know, through this entire case, the media has been incredibly biased towards Luigi Mangione, like we've seen many times towards him. Same thing with like people that are in power in the United States currently at the moment, where they have incredible bias towards Luigi Mangione, and people that are like, you know, part of that will have a unfair bias towards Luigi Mangione, like we've seen many times. So I think it's incredibly important for them to ask that question. Like we know, they do not like Luigi Mangione. They'll spread things that are fake, false, or bluntly not true, or even write something when it means something else and they write it like something entirely different. Again, words have meaning, especially in this dumpster fire language we call English. I feel so sorry for all of you guys who your first language is not English. I'm sorry, it's terrible. So said a certain way could mean something totally different in a different way if it was worded differently. Again, like we already know. We will go over that later on in the video. But isn't it really weird for them to, like, you know, ask that question, because like we know, the media is incredibly biased towards Luigi Mangione, especially with Pam Bondi's involvement. So a little side note here about jury selection and having jurors and stuff in a case, because it is incredibly important, is part of a jury that isn't biased towards the actual person that is being put on trial, because we have heard in cases in the past where basically someone has had a unfair jury selection, where basically, I don't remember what case this was, but one of the cases I heard about was basically someone was put on trial and then one of the victim's sister was part of the jury selection, and then that made them have a unfair jury because of that reason, because of the victim's sister was part of it. And again, that was more so like basically them not doing a good job of like having a unfair jury for that. Again, I don't remember what case it was, but I remember it was like a case I heard about not that long ago actually, where they brought that up. But again, I think it was more so them not doing a very good job for like jury selection for that person's case. Again, having a unfair jury again, so it's incredibly important for them to ask many questions and weeding out the biased people in cases like this, especially in this case of how big it is. If I do come across the video where they brought that up, I'll put it on the website. Again, I don't remember. It's just in my brain. But again, it has happened before in the past. And that isn't fair. The 13th of May 2026, this is a document from Carro Unavailability requesting for Luigi Mangione to wear court-approved clothing, and like we already know, that was approved. And also on the same day as well, we got a document confirming yes, Luigi Mangione will be allowed to wear court-approved clothing. Again, I want to show you that document, but I just want to put that here, it was also approved. So I'll put that document up on screen for you guys from Carro Unavailability.
Via ECF and email, the Honorable Margaret M. Garnett, United States District Judge, Southern District of New York, 40 Foley Square, New York, New York 10007 Re, United States v. Mangione, 25 CR 176, MMG. Dear Judge Garnett, Mr. Mangione is scheduled to appear in New York County Supreme Court on Monday, May 18, 2026, for a decision on his suppression motions. Mr. Mangione, Inmate Register 52503-511, is currently housed at the Metropolitan Detention Center, MDC, in Brooklyn and does not have civilian clothes to wear for the court appearance. We therefore request, without objection from Judge Carro or the government, that this court order the Bureau of Prisons and the MDC to accept the following clothing for Mr. Mangione for the court appearance: 1 suit, 1 shirt, 1 pairs of socks, and 1 pair of shoes without laces. For convenience, we have attached a proposed order for the court. Respectfully submitted, Karen Friedman Anafilo Mark Anafilo Jacob Kaplan Anafilo Intrator LLP 140 Broadway, Suite 2450 New York, New York 10005.
He stole my spot. So anyway, Jasper's doing the podcast now. Can I sit back in my spot? Okay, I bribed Jasper to give me my spot back and take back my own video because I gave him a treat. Bribery is working here. The 18th of May 2026, Luigi Mangione appeared in court on this day, and I did talk about what happened on this day briefly. I'll bring that up later on in the video, but we'll go over Luigi Mangione's things first instead of, the bullshit drama I had to talk about. How dare you make me talk about that? So on this day, it was actually televised. There was rumors floating around saying it was, and then other places saying it wasn't, so I wasn't really sure, but it was actually televised on this day, and we also got photos of Luigi Mangione. And again, I will put the full televised version of this hearing up on the website, not the 15-minute one everyone was posting. This is like the full 30-minute one, where basically majority of it is just Luigi Mangione just sitting there with silence because the lawyers were talking to the judge at the bench. My voiceover made this literally popped into my head. This is the definition of just sit there and look pretty. Did anyone else get told that a lot when they were in high school? Or was that just me? But again, that was also televised as well, and we have not seen Luigi Mangione's hearing being televised ever since all the way back in 2024. But I think there's different rules and stuff for them to have actual cameras in the actual courtroom. But we do get a lot of photos of Luigi Mangione compared to, say, film cameras, televised, etc. in Luigi Mangione's case. Or the only time we would see the televised version would be the live stream of them parading Luigi Mangione down the hallway like they love to do to, humiliate him. They very much play this kind of stuff up, especially when there are cameras involved. Like we already know, again, it's another for them to humiliate Luigi Mangione. Again, dehumanizing him. We've seen it many times before in the past where they've done this, where he is still very much handcuffed, shackled. They made him wear a vest. Again, especially when there's cameras involved, they play this stuff up for the cameras, compared to, say, in the past where it was brought up by Carro Unavailability. They did not do that whatsoever because there were no cameras. Here they would not handcuff Luigi Mangione, and he still very much is shackled and connected to the belt thing. Same thing with his ankles. There were photos that came out where there was pictures of Luigi Mangione's ankles where his ankles were shackled, but he was wearing socks. In the past where there was a very photo where it blew up online where everyone lost their minds over his ankles, but his ankles were shackled and he wasn't wearing wearing socks. It's very dangerous because he could cut himself if the handcuffs were really tight and they could like cut him, it could get infected, etc. But here there was a photo that came out where it was a photo of Luigi Mangione's ankles. He was still shackled, but he was wearing socks, so that's good to see again with the whole drama surrounding the socks and love hearts situation. That's like when I started all this, I was a lot more sympathetic towards the person who actually did that back then. Again, I don't get involved with the online stuff, but now I know about it because you guys tell me about it. It's like, oh my god, these people are terrible. Because like back then I was just doing my own little thing, it was just me, and now I chat to some of you guys. It's just like, oh my god, now I know all the online drama. Oh my god, these people are fucking terrible. I take back my statements of sympathy towards that person. Jesus Christ. Anyway, but again, that also came out as well, so that's nice to hear, but it's still sad to see they still refuse to unhandcuff and shackle Luigi Mangione to be, you know, part of this. And it does come out Luigi Mangione is wearing court approval clothing. He is wearing a navy suit with a light blue shirt. And another thing I do want to say here with Luigi Mangione's appearance, again, I don't really like talking that much about Luigi Mangione's appearance because one thing, people treat him like a freaking piece of meat every time they see photos of him, and I think it's very gross, very disgusting, especially coming from as a woman who does feel like that every time I leave my house. I hate it. But I do want to say if like certain things like look about him, say like if he looks very tired, if the rough bruises around on his wrists because of like how tight the handcuffs are on Luigi Mangione, or even like if he looks physically exhausted or you can see bags are underneath his eyes, just to more so out of a place of concern and letting people know about that kind of stuff, and less instead of like, you know, treating him like a piece of meat and that's it. But with things like this, where I did bring this up when this first happened, again I'll go over and put that bit of the video later on because I don't want to repeat myself, but every time I see photos of this day, and same thing with the actual video, and I don't really like making opinions about people's bodies because it's none of my fucking business, and people that feel like it's okay to have an opinion on someone's body unless it's from a place of concern, majority of the time it fucking isn't. They need to fuck off and shut the fuck up. Take it from a person who deals with people feeling like it's okay to have an opinion on their own bodies. I deal with it, but this is more so coming from a place of concern more than like, oh, I'm nitpicking someone's physical appearance. People need to stop fucking doing that, by the way. Fuck off. It's my opinion about it. Anyway, but every time I see photos and pictures of this day, it just makes me feel really sad. Like, it does look like Luigi Mangione has lost a bit of weight compared to when we saw him in December last year, or even earlier this year, where we saw photos of him, but it is more so coming from a place of concern. He does look more like he did when he was first arrested, and like we already know, when he was first arrested, he was very thin, and it was very like concerning compared to when we saw him in September, where he did look like he was a healthy weight. But again, I don't want to make too much of an opinion about people's body weights, but I just want to bring this up. Again, I don't want to like put assumptions in or anything like that, but again, people do lose weight if they're extremely stressed or there's something else is going on, etc. But it just makes me very sad to see he does look like he did a little bit when he was first arrested, where he looks a lot thinner and not eating quite that much and not eating healthily. It is more so just coming from a place of concern more than like nitpicking of what he looks like, if that makes sense. So again, I'm not Luigi Mangione. I don't know what's going on in his mind, what his opinion is surrounding food and all that. This is a topic for another day, but this is more so coming from a place of concern, but again, this is more so coming from a place of concern of like, he looks a lot thinner than we did see him a couple of months ago, or I could be totally wrong and I'm just seeing something else, but again, this is just mostly coming from a place of concern, and every time I see photos and videos of this day, Luigi Mangione just looks extremely stressed for the entire thing, and it makes me feel really sad to see, because he looks incredibly stressed through the entire thing. It's honestly really upsetting to see. And interesting enough, I've heard different occasions in the past written on Reddit and also from other people that did attend Luigi Mangione's hearing, where it's like you can hear the shackles, hear the shackles in like silence of a room before he even steps in, and that's like bone chilling. And again, I've heard that from like different people, like from Ross and Mango. She mentioned it. I think she said she went to the September suppression hearing. That was a big one. I covered that if you want to go listen to it. She mentioned that she had that in her note. She could hear like Luigi Mangione's shackles before he even walked in the room. I've also read from different people's experiences that were able to go to the hearings in Luigi Mangione's case and they said they could hear like the shackles before he even entered the room. And this time around, I actually did hear it in the actual video itself, and it's like very bone chilling. So I understand when people say, yeah, it's bone chilling. It is incredibly bone chilling to hear, like dead silence, clinking of metal against metal. It's very bone chilling. Thought I should add that here. I just remember that too, by the way. Basically, this hearing is the result of basically when we had that 3-week-long December suppression hearing that was basically a mini trial. If you guys remember, I covered it over the live tweets and all that because I don't truly trust the transcripts that came out on Reddit. Still can't find them anywhere. I don't trust you. The internet exists, ChatGPT exists. It's incredibly easy to fake that shit. But, or maybe I could be wrong. Yell at me in the comments down below. You guys haven't done that yet. But, again, Judge Carro's decision is basically he suppressed some things in Luigi Mangione's backpack, and then other things he did not suppress in Luigi Mangione's backpack. I will go over that in a minute. It's voice over me, so I have no idea why. I just totally forgot to write this in my script and add it to the video, but basically I'm just going to show you guys the little clip from the televised hearing, just only a little bit where there is audio and you can hear people talking, because the rest of it is just basically the lawyers at the bench talking to Judge Carro, and basically you couldn't hear anything, and the rest of it is just Luigi Mangione just sitting there and then him walking out. But I feel like it's important to show you guys that little clip where you can hear things, and then I'll show you the document of Judge Carro's decision. Sorry I forgot to put that in. I think it's just because I had a lot to go over in this video. Anyway, also, sorry if this video is just going to be like a 4-hour long video. I feel like this video is going to be, but it's 4 hours of Luigi Mangione, and who doesn't want that? And sometimes me, a girl who looks like a doll. Anyway, back to the video.
You'll be taken out into the hallway.
Good morning. This is calendar number 2 as to Luigi Mangione, indictment number 75657-24 back. May I have your appearances, please?
Joel Seidman, Zachary Kaplan, and Kristen Bailey on behalf of the people. Good morning, Your Honor.
Karen Friedman Agnifilo, Mark Agnifilo, and Jacob Kaplan on behalf of Luigi Mangione. Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Berger.
All right, good morning, everyone. So both parties should have received a copy of the decision this morning, which grants the defendant's motion in part and denies it in part, and which lays out the findings of fact and conclusions of law. So I'm just going to give a brief summary of the conclusions. So as to the map issues, I find that the search of the backpack at the McDonald's was improper, warrantless search, that the backpack was not within the immediate control or grabbable area of the defendant, and further, the people failed to demonstrate exigent circumstances. Therefore, those items found in the backpack during the search at the McDonald's will be suppressed. However, the people have established that the subsequent search of the backpack at the station was a valid inventory search, and therefore, the items recovered at the station will not be suppressed. So as to the Huntley issue, I find that the defendant was not in custody until about 9:47 a.m. So any statements before that will not be suppressed. However, as Miranda warnings were not given until some seconds after 9:48 in the morning, those statements made shortly before that in response to improper custodial questions that were not merely a request for pedigree information will be suppressed. The remaining statements will not be suppressed as they were either spontaneous or a request for pedigree or safety-related questions. So those statements will be permitted. So can you guys come up for a second?
It's voice over me again. Here I'm just fast forwarding through the bit where it's literally just Luigi Mangione just sitting there. Because again, it is just like silence because they're talking at the bench and the microphone is turned off. But I didn't want to like cut it out to like mislead you guys thinking of like there's an entirely different section cut out. So it's still here, it's just fast forward. But again, if you want to watch the full video, it will be linked on the website and you can sit there and watch. But I am keeping in all the audio bits of when the microphone was turned on, so you would know.
All right, we had a bench conference about scheduling, jury selection, those related issues. All right, so to discuss further, as you all know, I'm currently on trial. Jurors should be arriving shortly, so we'll have a virtual conference on June 3rd to discuss those issues. Okay? That's it? Okay. You can take charge.
And I did make a little video when this first came out. I'll pop that on screen briefly later on after I show you guys the document of everything that was suppressed and then everything that wasn't suppressed. Judge Carro's decision of him suppressing some things in Luigi Mangione's backpack and some things that weren't suppressed in Luigi Mangione's backpack. Also some statements Luigi Mangione allegedly made were suppressed, and also some statements that Luigi Mangione allegedly said won't be suppressed again. I will go over that in a little bit more detail later on in the video, but this is the document of Judge Carro's decision that came out on this day, so I'll pop it up on screen for you guys.
Supreme Court of the State of New York, New York County, Part 32. The People of the State of New York against Luigi Mangione, Defendant, Decision and Order in 75-657, 24. Justice Gregory Carro, on December 4, 2024. Brian Thompson, the CEO of United Healthcare, was shot to death outside the Hilton Hotel in Midtown Manhattan. On December 9, 2024, the defendant was arrested at a McDonald's in Altoona, Pennsylvania, after he was recognized by employees who had seen media coverage. A 9mm gun was recovered from the defendant's backpack, as well as, among other items, a loaded magazine, a silencer, cash, a passport, and a notebook. Defendant has moved to suppress the evidence recovered as well as statements made to law enforcement officers during and after his arrest. On September 16, 2025, this court ordered Mapp and Huntley hearings, and those hearings were held in December 2025, during which the court heard testimony from 17 witnesses. Both parties filed written submissions. For the reasons stated below, the motion is granted in part and denied in part. The arrest at McDonald's findings of fact. The facts relevant to the hearing are largely undisputed. Several officers from the Altoona Police Department testified and their body-worn camera footage was introduced into evidence. On December 9, 2024, the defendant bought food at the Altoona McDonald's and sat in a back area to eat. A McDonald's employee called 911 to report that the defendant resembled the suspect in the Thompson killing. Altoona police officers Joseph Detwiller and Tyler Fry responded to the scene at about 9:30 a.m. Detwiller was a 14-year veteran of the police department who was familiar with the videos and news related to the Thompson killing, while Fry was a rookie. Photographs of the suspect had circulated in the media. Officer who knew very little about the shooting. Detwiller and Fry saw the defendant sitting at a back table near the bathrooms with a backpack sitting on the floor near his feet, and a laptop in front of him. When the defendant pulled down his face mask upon Detwiller's request, Detwiller immediately recognized the defendant as the New York City shooter. When asked for his name, defendant responded that it was Mark Rosario, and when asked for identification, defendant produced a New Jersey driver's license in that name. While Fry went to verify the license in the NCIC database, Detwiller asked the defendant questions about where he was from and whether he had been to New York recently. Detwiller then had the defendant stand up and frisked him, but did not find any weapons or contraband. Fry then stood next to the defendant while Detwiller went outside to call Lieutenant Tom Hanelli at the station, telling him that he was about 100% sure that the defendant was the New York City shooter, and asking him to come to the McDonald's. Lieutenant Hanelli then headed for the McDonald's along with Sergeant John Burns, Corporal Garrett Trent, and Officer Samuel McCoy. Detwiller returned to the table, again asking the defendant if he was from New Jersey, what he was doing in Altoona, and whether he had been to New York recently. Defendant said that he had not. He also stated that he was homeless. Detwiller told the defendant that they were just trying to confirm his identity, and that he would then be able to leave, although Detwiller conceded that he had no intention of letting the defendant leave. In response to further questions, the defendant said that he was from the DMV area, too, while Lieutenant Hanelli was on his way to the McDonald's. He attempted to reach the New York City Police Department by calling 911 and alerting the operator that the Altoona police may have located the New York City shooter. Hanelli was still on the phone with 911 as he reached the McDonald's, took the Rosario license from Detwiller, and relayed information from it to the 911 operator. Meanwhile, Detwiller moved the backpack that had been near the defendant's feet out of the way, and out of the defendant's reach. As Sergeant Burns and Corporal Trent arrived, Burns asked Detwiller if the defendant had been apparently a reference to the acronym for the District of Columbia, Maryland, and Virginia, frisked, and Detwiller responded that he had. About a minute later, Officers McCoy and Luke Yeager also arrived at the McDonald's and went toward the back where the defendant was seated. Another officer, Corporal Brian Miller, also arrived at about the same time and went toward the back of the McDonald's. Detwiller asked McCoy to stand next to the defendant at about 9:42 a.m., while Detwiller and Hanelli spoke outside. Fry, McCoy, and Yeager continued to stand next to the defendant. Hanelli testified that he considered the defendant detained at this point. While speaking outside, Detwiller repeated to Hanelli that defendant was 100% the person wanted in New York City. Burns and Trent joined them outside, where they pulled up photos of the suspect on their phones. Inside, McCoy asked the defendant if the backpack and laptop belonged to him, and he responded that they did. McCoy moved them to a table about 9 feet away from the defendant. Two more officers, Christy Wasser and Stephen Fox, entered the back of the McDonald's at about this time. Hanelli called the turnkey officer at headquarters and asked him to run the Mark Rosario license through the NCIC system. No record was found. Hanelli told Detwiller to give the defendant false ID warnings required by Pennsylvania law. Detwiller then told the defendant he would be arrested for false ID if he gave the police a false name, and he asked the defendant if his name was actually Mark Rosario, to which the defendant responded, "No, sir." Detwiller then asked for his actual name and date of birth, which the defendant provided. Defendant also acknowledged having a fake ID. 3 at about 9:48 a.m., Corporal Trent directed Fox to read defendant Miranda warnings, and Fox did so. When Fox asked the defendant if he wished to speak to them, he shook his head, also stating, "No, I don't think." Fox told the defendant that he was not in custody at this point. Fox continued to ask the defendant why he had a fake ID, and the defendant responded that he was going to remain silent. Fox ordered the defendant to stand, and frisked him again. Defendant volunteered that he was carrying a jar of peanut butter. When Fox asked if he had any weapons, the defendant first said no, but then stated that he had a pocket knife. Sergeant Burns then asked by Fox why he had lied. Defendant replied, "Clearly, I shouldn't have." Asked again by Fry why he had done so, the defendant replied, "That was the ID I had in my wallet. I had a fake ID." Relayed an instruction to Fox to handcuff the defendant, and he did so. After Fox retrieved the knife, he added it to the table where the backpack and laptop had been placed. Hanelli reached out to the Blair County District Attorney's Office to determine what charges to file, ultimately settling on forgery and tampering. At about 9:58 a.m., Hanelli instructed the officers to place the defendant under arrest, and as Detwiller and Fry each took defendant by an arm, Wasser began to put on a pair of blue rubber gloves. McCoy confirmed that they were arresting the defendant for tampering, and announced on the radio that the defendant could be marked as in custody. Officers Detwiller, Fry, and McCoy searched the defendant's pockets and clothing, recovering the jar of peanut butter, a pouch with money, some coins, gloves, papers, a hat and some string. As Fox approached the table where the backpack was, he asked the defendant if there was anything in the bag they needed to know about. Defendant responded that he was just going to remain silent. Wasser and Fox then proceeded to search the defendant's backpack. As they did so, employees and customers continued to walk through the back area to access a closet or the bathroom. Wasser unzipped the backpack's main compartment and removed a sandwich as well as a loaf of bread. As they continued to look through the backpack, Corporal Trent approached and suggested that they go through the back at the station. Wasser responded, "I don't know, just want to make sure there's nothing in there that's gonna." Fox joked that he would rather have a bomb here than down at the station. Wasser responded, laughing, that she did not want to pull a Moser, a reference to an officer who had once transported a pipe bomb back to the station house. Fox removed a red journal from the pouch and placed it on the table. Wasser recovered a waterproof bag, referred to as a Faraday bag, and removed a cell phone, a passport, and a wallet from inside the bag. Fox retrieved a small cardboard sleeve from the backpack and spent some time trying to open it with a knife. He eventually got it open and removed a computer data chip that was inside the cardboard. Wasser handed the passport to Sergeant Miller and placed the other while Hanelli was speaking with the DA's office. The defendant asked McCoy why there were so many officers there, and McCoy replied that they were just trying to figure it out. Items back in the bag. Trent and Burns then inspected the passport. Wasser also examined the wallet and took out and looked at 2 credit cards before returning them to the wallet. Wasser removed a pair of underwear from the backpack and unrolled it, revealing a loaded magazine for a handgun. After announcing her discovery to the other officers, Trent stated, "Now that you've cleared it all, let's just go back to the station." Wasser responded that they were just making sure it's not a bomb or anything. Fox told Wasser, "Now that we found it, the magazine, let's just take it back." Hanelli testified that he then told Wasser and Fox that they should wait until they got back to the station before finishing the search of the backpack because he was concerned about cross-contamination of DNA evidence, and also because he did not want the search to occur in public. Wasser and Fox then placed everything back inside the backpack, except for a few items, which were placed in a separate McDonald's bag to be taken back to the station. When asked if they had retrieved a particular item, Wasser stated that they had not completely searched the backpack, because they just wanted to make sure there's no bombs. Trent then stated that at this point, "You're probably gonna need to do a search warrant for it." Corporal Miller agreed. Sergeants Burns and Fox disagreed, stating that they were permitted to do a search incident to an arrest. Wasser carried the backpack to her patrol car to transport it to the station, while Fox carried the McDonald's bag of items to his car. Altoona Police Department inventory policies. Several officers, including the evidence custodian, George Featherstone, testified about the policies and guidelines concerning inventory searches, and the relevant APD General Orders were introduced into evidence. APD General Order 3.1.9, A.1, requires an inventory search of a detainee upon arrival at APD headquarters, and before being placed in a cell. General Order 3 January 2010, A, instructs how to properly document and store a detainee's property, and requires officers to generate an itemized inventory of all items taken from the detainee. Any contraband, evidence or weapons will not be returned to the detainee, but would be noted on the property form and documented in the official incident report. Detainees should be escorted to the APD station house intake area in order for the arrest to be processed when possible. The detainee's property would be inventoried in his or her presence so as to minimize claims of theft or damage. However, if the search revealed a weapon, the inventory search would be moved outside of the intake area and away from the detainee. Every piece of clothing would be searched, as would every bag, jewelry, extra clothing, and other personal items would be removed and stored. During the intake process, the officers would determine which items were personal property to be returned, and which items constituted contraband or evidence. Personal property would be listed on a receipt and inventory form, and then stored in a locker. Contraband or evidence would be documented, photographed and placed in labeled envelopes. Overhead cameras as well as the officers' body-worn cameras would record the searches of the detainee's person and property. APD officers were not required to write inventory lists simultaneously with the inventory search, but could document the items at a later time. The searches at the police station once the defendant was brought to the station, officers Fry and Austin Homan completed an intake which involved obtaining the defendant's pedigree information, as well as searching the defendant's clothing. Fry collected defendant's layers of clothing, his jewelry, which included a USB drive hanging on a necklace, and some personal items such as bus tickets. The USB drive was set aside as evidence, while the personal items were collected in a Lowe's bag. Meanwhile, Wasser arrived at the station carrying the backpack as well as the McDonald's bag, which had been handed to her by Fox. Wasser placed the backpack on a chair in the intake area, where the defendant was being processed, and placed the bag on the floor. She began looking through the backpack, opening a compartment that she had not searched at the McDonald's, and quickly found a handgun. After telling Deputy Chief Derek Swope about the gun, he had her move the backpack to another room to continue the search. Wasser took the backpack and the bag to an adjoining hallway. As she cleared the gun, she discovered it was loaded. She and Swope then placed it in an evidence box. Wasser continued to search the backpack, placing items in separate bags, including items that had been found at the McDonald's, such as the microchip, cell phone and Faraday bag, the knife, and the loaded magazine, as well as items that had just been found at the station, including a silencer and the USB drive. At one point, she took the red notebook out of the backpack, examined it, and stated it's like a journal. When Swope asked if she should bag it, apparently suggesting it be treated as evidence rather than personal property, Wasser replied, "I would." Swope also stated at one point that Wasser should make sure there's no explosives in there. After removing the items and placing them in bags, Wasser asked if she should put this all back in, referring to personal items such as a bag of toiletries, batteries, clothing, and masks. An officer agreed that she should, and Wasser placed the items back in the backpack. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Hanelli spoke with NYPD Detective Leonardi of the Manhattan South Homicide Squad, who stated that he was on his way to Altoona, asked that nobody speak with the defendant, and requested that all of his property be held. Wasser returned to the intake area with the backpack, where it was then moved to Featherstone's office so there would be more room to conduct an inventory search. Sergeant Eric Houston began photographing items recovered from the defendant, including a Maryland license, the fake New Jersey license, the wallet, the passport, gun, and silencer. He also began photographing loose pieces of paper, as well as some of the writings in the notebook. Houston and Hanelli sent some photos of the evidence to detectives in New York. At some point, because Featherstone's office became too crowded, the officers decided to move everything to the roll call room, where they would have more room. In the roll call room, Burns photographed every item recovered from the defendant, including every loose piece of paper, as well as every page in the notebook. Burns was particularly careful to photograph where pages appeared to have been torn out of the notebook, in order to protect against claims of tampering or damage. Featherstone packaged and labeled every item, and kept a written record of each item recovered and photographed. Application for a search warrant. Later that day, Houston prepared an application for a search warrant for all the items recovered, listing the items that had been recovered from the backpack, and describing some of the information that had been found in the red notebook. Houston also added information about all off-bagged evidence in envelopes, as well as the personal property in the backpack, was later transferred to Featherstone, the evidence custodian. His shooting that had been obtained from Detective Oscar Diaz of the NYPD. Houston described the purpose of the warrant as to seize the items located during the search incident to arrest and inventory of the property. to continue the search of the items, and to maintain the property to later be transferred to the NYPD. The Blair County District Attorney's Office approved the warrant and it was signed by a Pennsylvania judge. Defendant's statements that evening. Defendant was arraigned at the Blair County Courthouse on the Pennsylvania charges. On December 10, 2024, while defendant was housed at Pennsylvania's Huntington Correctional Institution, he was monitored by Corrections Officer Matthew Henry. Defendant told Henry that he was a software engineer, that he had been arrested at a McDonald's, that he had been carrying a backpack, that the backpack contained a 3D printed pistol and a magazine, as well as a small amount of foreign currency, and that people were accusing him of being a foreign agent. Henry testified that defendant blurted out these comments, without any questioning from him. On December 16, 2024, defendant was being monitored by Corrections Officer Thomas Rivers. Defendant talked about his travels, and places he had seen in Vietnam and Thailand. He also talked about people appearing to be happier in third world countries, despite living in poverty, and they also discussed the healthcare system. Rivers could not recall who initiated the conversation, but Rivers did give his opinion about private versus public healthcare systems. Defendant also asked Rivers how the media was portraying him, and he stated that he had heard he was being compared to Ted Kaczynski. Defendant also said that he wanted to make a statement to the public. The next day, the defendant spoke with Rivers about books, including discussing his favorite authors and recommending a book by Aldous Huxley. They also discussed the standard of health among Americans compared to Europeans. Conclusions of law. Initially, this court must decide which state's law, New York's or Pennsylvania's, applies when determining whether evidence or statements should be suppressed. Defendant is being tried in New York for a crime that occurred in New York. Under these circumstances, it is clear that New York is the forum state, and that New York has a paramount interest in the application of its law. See People v. Espinal, 161 AD 3D 556, 557, First Step 2018. Suppression issues are governed by the law of the forum. People v. Lerau, 70 AD 3D 66, 70, Fourth Step 2009. Procedural and evidentiary issues are governed by the law of the forum state. People v. Johnson, 303 AD 2D 903, 904, 3D Dep 2003. While the people argue that Pennsylvania law should apply as the Altoona Police Department followed Pennsylvania law in good faith, that is not the test under New York law, and in any event, New York does not have a good faith exception to the exclusionary rule. People v. Bigelow, 66 NY 2D 417, 422, 1985. The people also argue that the cases cited by the defense apply only where the defendant claimed violations of another state's search and seizure laws, because New York courts will not trouble themselves with asserted violations of other states' search and seizure law. People's Memorandum of Law at 51. This court does not believe, however, that those cases can be so limited. The courts clearly state that New York has a paramount interest in the application of its law, and that suppression issues, procedural issues and evidentiary issues are governed by the law of the forum state. The courts do not limit this clear pronouncement, and therefore, this court will follow New York law in deciding the issues involved. Search incident to arrest. The Fourth Amendment to the United States Constitution protects individuals from unreasonable searches and seizures. The New York Court of Appeals has interpreted our state constitution as providing even broader protections. See, for example, People v. Goki, 60 NY 2D 309, 312, 1983, NY Constable Art. I, Sec. 12. This provision serves to shield citizens from warrantless intrusions, including, of, their personal effects. People Volume Jimenez, 22 NY 3D 717, 719, 2014. To justify a warrantless search, the people must meet two separate requirements. The first imposes spatial and temporal limitations to ensure that the search is not divorced in time or place from the arrest. CID, at 721, in the context of search enclosed containers incident to arrest. The second requirement is that the people bear the burden of demonstrating the presence of exigent circumstances in order to invoke the exception to the warrant requirement. CID, at 722, in order to invoke the exigency exception, the property must be within the suspect's immediate control or grabbable area. Goki, 60 NY2D at 312. Under those circumstances, there are two interests that justify a warrantless search: the safety of the public and the arresting officer, and the protection of evidence from destruction or concealment. ID. See also Jimenez, 22 NY3D at 721-22. Even a bag within the immediate control or grabbable area of the suspect at the time of his arrest may not be subject to a warrantless search incident to arrest unless the circumstances support a reasonable belief that the suspect may gain possession of a weapon or be able to destroy evidence located in the bag. Jimenez, 22 NY3D at 722, Goki, 60 NY2D at 311. Here, the backpack was not within the defendant's immediate control or grabbable area at the time of the arrest or search. Hanelli moved the backpack away from the defendant and out of his reach shortly after he arrived. While a number of officers stood around the defendant, Hanelli considered him detained. A short while later, McCoy moved the backpack to a table about 9 feet away from the defendant, while officers continued to surround him. Once defendant was arrested for the false identification, he was handcuffed and remained surrounded by several officers. Hanelli was not concerned that defendant could reach the bag while re-cuffed. McCoy was also unconcerned, testifying that the defendant was surrounded by officers who had good body positioning. The defendant was also cooperative, described by several officers as compliant and not combative, and offered no resistance to the frisk or the placing of the handcuffs. See Jimenez, 22 NY3D at 723, People v. Evans, 84 AD3D 573, 574, First Step 2011. Under these circumstances, the backpack was not in the defendant's control or grabbable area. Indeed, the backpack was within the exclusive control of the police. C. Evans, 84 AD3D at 574-75, backpack under complete control of officer when it was searched. People v. Diaz, 107 AD3D 401, First Step 2013. Search of defendant's backpack unlawful because defendant handcuffed at time and it was no longer in his control. People v. Medina, 139 AD3D 460, 461. First Step 2016. Backpack removed from handcuffed defendant and within officer's dominion and control. Even if the backpack could be seen as within the defendant's control or grabbable area, the people did not meet their burden of demonstrating exigency. The people assert that the police were merely searching for explosives in an effort to protect themselves and the public, before removing the backpack to the station. However, this justification for searching the backpack does not hold up to scrutiny. The officers' actions were inconsistent with merely performing a safety search. The area where the police searched the backpack was open to the public and to employees, both of whom passed by the area on their way to the bathrooms, and in the case of employees, to gain access to storage closets. A safety search for a possible bomb is inconsistent with this unsafe protocol. Moreover, the police stopped searching the backpack once they found the loaded magazine. Officer Fox even stated that now they had found the magazine, let's just take it back. Similarly, if it was a search for a bomb, it was an incomplete one, as they left compartments unopened and untouched. Moreover, a search for explosives would be inconsistent with the examination of small items where a bomb would be unlikely to be found, such as the defendant's wallet and the close examination of and opening of the cardboard sleeve. This court is unpersuaded that the people have met their burden of showing exigent circumstances. The people also argue that the search of the backpack was justified because the officers had a reasonable belief that the bag contained an operable gun. However, while the body-worn camera footage showed that officers did express concern at the scene that the backpack might contain a bomb, there was no evidence that a gun was a concern or that it was the basis for the search. But even if it were a legitimate concern, there was no possibility at the time of the search that the defendant might retrieve a gun from the backpack, and thus no exigency. See Goki, 60 NY2D at 311, must be reasonable belief that suspect may gain possession of a weapon. Medina, 139 AD3D at 460-61, backpack in the officer's control, no longer any safety concern that justified search. Nor can it be that whenever a gun is alleged to have been used that the police may conduct a warrantless search of a closed container, without a reasonable belief that the safety of the officers is threatened, as that would run afoul of Court of Appeals jurisprudence and would eviscerate the grabbable area doctrine. People vs. Morales, 126 AD 3D 43, 48, First Dept. 2015. Therefore, the evidence found during the search of the backpack at the McDonald's must be suppressed, including the magazine, cell phone, passport, wallet and computer chip. Inventory searches at the station house. An inventory search is a search designed to properly catalog the contents of the item searched, and it must be conducted according to a familiar routine procedure. People vs. Douglas, 40 NY 3D 385, 388, 2023. People vs. Johnson, 1 NY 3D 252, 256, 2003. It must not be a ruse for general rummaging in order to discover incriminating evidence. Florida vs. Wells, 495 US 1, 4, 1990. See also Johnson, 1 NY 3D at 256. While the discovery of incriminating evidence may be a consequence of an inventory search, it should not be its purpose. ID. An inventory search procedure must be designed to protect the property of the defendant, protect the police against any claim of lost property, and protect police and others from dangerous instruments. Douglas, 40 NY 3D at 388, Johnson, 1 NY 3D at 256. Reasonable police regulations relating to inventory procedures administered in good faith satisfy the Fourth Amendment, and minor deviations from procedure will not invalidate an inventory search. See Douglas, 40 NY 3D at 389, People vs. Cater, 162 AD 3D 610, First Step 2018. Here, it is clear that the Altoona Police Department had an established inventory search protocol that was set out in its written rules and regulations, that met the three objectives and sufficiently limited the discretion of the searching officers. See Douglas, 40 NY 3D at 389. The people also demonstrated that the Altoona officers conducted the search properly and in compliance with established procedures. ID. Citing Johnson, 1 NY 3D at 256.7. The defendant was first brought to the intake area to be searched and processed, according to APD protocol. After Wasa arrived at the station, she placed the backpack on a chair in the intake area, also according to APD protocol that the detainee's property should be. The red notebook will not be suppressed, as the officers did not open or search it at the McDonald's. See People vs. Lewis, 195 AD 3D 427, 427, First Step 2021. Search of envelope occurred when police opened it and peeked inside. And see United States vs. Mangione, 2026 U.S. List, Lexus 18122, at star 15, SDNY 2026. The search of the backpack was consistent with the written regulations and standard practices for an inventory search. Searched in the detainee's presence, where possible. Once she quickly found the gun, she moved the backpack to a separate area, as required by APD protocol, that the search be moved out of the detainee's presence if a weapon were recovered. Once Wasa moved the backpack to a hallway area, she continued to sift through it, placing personal items back into the backpack, and putting other evidentiary items in manila envelopes, including items found at the McDonald's, such as the gun magazine, the cell phone, and the knife, as well as items found at the station, including a silencer, the USB drive, and the red notebook. This was also consistent with APD protocol, that personal items be separated from evidence or contraband. All the items were then moved to Featherstone's office so there would be more room to complete the inventory. This initial inventory sufficiently complied with Altoona procedure to be a valid inventory search. See People vs. Craddock, 235 AD 3D 1105, 1109, 3D Dep 2025. Nor does the effort to separate evidence from personal property render the search unlawful. See People vs. McRae, 195 AD 3D 555, 557, First Step 2021, that one of the requirements of the inventory search was to remove any contraband did not render the inventory search invalid. While Wasa did not prepare a written list of the items, APD policies did not require documentation to be simultaneous with the search, and all the items were documented once they were moved to Featherstone's office and the larger area of the roll call room. Minor deviations from procedure will not invalidate an inventory search, Cater, 162 AD 3D at 610, and courts have upheld inventory searches where there was a delay in documentation. C. Douglas, 40 NY 3D at 389, 11-hour delay in preparing list. People v. Echeverria, 173 AD 3D 638, 639, First Step 2019. Once the items were moved to Featherstone's office, and then the roll call room, all items were meticulously documented. Featherstone, Houston, and eventually Burns, placed each item in an envelope, labeled each envelope, and kept written lists of the items. Houston and Featherstone also photographed each item, including each loose piece of paper and each page of the notebook. Thus, it is clear that the Altoona Police Department had an established inventory search protocol, that the protocol was followed, and that the search produced the hallmark of an inventory search, a meaningful inventory list. Johnson, 1 NY 3D at 256, and as noted above, any minor deviations from the protocol do not invalidate the search. Therefore, the people met their burden of establishing that this was a valid inventory search. Defendant also argues that Wass's brief examination of the notebook to determine whether it should be treated as evidence, and Houston's and Burns's photographing of its pages, were an unlawful extension of an inventory search. This court disagrees, finding that the cataloguing and photographing of the notebook was a valid part of the inventory search. Nor does the evidence suggest that the purpose of examining the notebook was investigative rather than conducting an inventory. That the officers photographed every single page demonstrates that the purpose was to catalog rather than investigate, and Burns was careful to document every page of the notebook to protect against claims of damage or tampering. Cf. People v. Somerville, 170 MISC 2D 1024, 1025, SCT, NYCTY 1996, may not look through book during an inventory search for sole purpose of investigation. See also People v. Lawrence, 180 AD 3D 1070, 1071, 2D Dep 2020, People v. Cole, 151 AD 3D 662, 663, First Step 2017. The Pennsylvania search warrant. The people argue that the search warrant for the backpack obtained at the end of the day after the search at McDonald's and the inventory searches at the station provided an independent source for the evidence. Citing People v. Arnor, 58 NY 2D 27, 1982. However, the presence of an independent source does not automatically immunize an initial warrantless search. People v. Burr, 70 NY 3D 354, 362, 1987. In Arnor, the search warrant was obtained based solely on information obtained prior to and independent of the illegal entry. See also People v. Vasquez, 159 AD 3D 517, First Step 2018. Phone initially searched without a warrant, but police already had probable cause, based on victims' statements to police, and they were the basis for the warrant. Here, the Altoona police relied partly on the evidence itself recovered from the backpack, and information given to them by the NYPD after the searches had occurred. Therefore, the independent source doctrine does not apply, and to apply it under these circumstances would improperly vitiate the warrant requirement. Nor is this court persuaded by the defendant's argument that the protocol only permits inventory searches of the defendant's person, rather than his property. This claim is not supported by the language of the general orders, C 1.2.2, C 1. Moreover, it defies common sense and would defeat the purpose of an inventory search, to catalog and preserve the defendant's property. Defendant's statements to law enforcement aid. Defendant's statements obtained through custodial interrogation, and without Miranda warnings must be suppressed. However, NI statements given freely and voluntarily without any compelling influences is, of course, admissible in evidence. Miranda v. Arizona, 384 U.S. 436, 478, 1966. Volunteered statements of any kind are not barred by the Fifth Amendment, ID. The Miranda safeguards do not come into play unless a person in custody is subjected to either express questioning or its functional equivalent. Rhode Island v. Innes, 446 U.S. 291, 301, 1980. See also People v. Ferro, 63 NY2D 316, 322, 1984. To determine the admissibility of a statement given without Miranda warnings, a court must determine 1. Whether the person was in custody, and 2. Whether the police questioning constituted interrogation. See People v. Cabrera, 41 NY3D 35, 52, 2023. To determine custody, a court must find that 1. A reasonable person innocent of any wrongdoing would not have believed that he or she was free to leave, and 2. There has been a forcible seizure which curtails a person's freedom of action to the degree associated with a formal arrest. ID. Interrogation is defined as any questioning that is reasonably likely to elicit an incriminating response. People v. Pullman, 5 NY3D 122, 129, 2005. During the initial interaction at the McDonald's, from about 9:29 a.m. until about 9:47 a.m., I find that the defendant was not in custody. Only 2 or 3 officers approached or spoke with the defendant. The interaction occurred in a public setting where the defendant was eating breakfast, and there was no indicia of custody. The officers did not display their weapons, employ physical restraints, or engage in any conduct that would lead a reasonable person, innocent of any wrongdoing, to conclude that he was not free to leave or under arrest. See Cabrera, 41 NY2D at 52. Therefore, any of the statements made during that period will not be suppressed. The analysis is different, however, once more than 8 officers arrived at the scene and surrounded the defendant such that a reasonable person would not believe they were free to the extent that some of the questions concerned the defendant's name, address, and date of birth. Statements in response would be admissible in any event as pedigree information. See People v. Wortham, 37 NY3D 407, 2021. Leave. The officers positioned themselves in a manner that effectively encircled the defendant and controlled the immediate area, creating a police-dominated atmosphere. Their presence and positioning significantly restricted the defendant's freedom of movement and foreclosed any avenue of departure. See Cabrera, 41 NY3D at 52. People v. Boyle, 239 AD 2D 512, 512-13, 2D Dep 1997. Under the totality of the circumstances, the court finds, as established by the video evidence, that at this point, at about 9:47 a.m., the defendant was in custody. Therefore, the responses given to the officers' questions that were interrogation or the functional equivalent, including Fox asking why defendant had lied about his name, Fry also asking why he had lied, and Fox asking if he had a fake ID, will be suppressed. However, the responses to Detwiller's and Fry's questions about defendant's real name, his date of birth, and his middle initial will not be suppressed, as they are admissible as pedigree information. 10 After defendant was given Miranda warnings at 9 hours, 48 minutes, and 32 seconds a.m., he shook his head when asked if he wanted to speak to the officers, and asked again why he had a fake ID. Defendant responded that he was going to remain silent. Those responses are of course not admissible. However, his responses to being asked to stand up for a frisk, if he had any weapons on him, and responses to follow-up questions about the pocket knife are all admissible as responses to safety concerns and related questions. See People v. Johnson, 46 AD 3D 276, 277-78, First Step 2007, People v. Hartley, 295 AD 2D 159, First Step 2002. Further responses to questions from Fox about his name, to McCoy about where he was from, and to Burns about his age, are all admissible as pedigree information. Defendant also made statements to 2 Pennsylvania correctional officers, Matthew Henry and Thomas Rivers, who were monitoring him while he was being held at the correctional facility. Both Henry and Rivers testified at the hearing, and I find them to be credible witnesses. Additionally, defendant's questions and statements to the officers, calling a couple more cars, and this is a puffy jacket, I'm not very big and can I ask why there are so many cops here, will not be suppressed, as they were spontaneous and not in response to police questioning. Similarly, defendant's response to the question about whether there was something in the bag, just gonna remain silent, is not admissible. Henry's testimony was incontroverted that he did not ask the defendant any questions or attempt to elicit any information from him, and I find those statements to be spontaneous and therefore admissible. Officer Rivers and the defendant engaged in casual conversation on various subjects. Again, the defendant's statements were not made in response to questioning or interrogation, and I find those statements to be admissible as well. This constitutes the decision and order of the court, dated May 18, 2026-17. Gregory, Carro, Judge of the Court of Claims, Acting Justice, Supreme Court.
That was the end of Judge Carro's document of his decision of basically what he wants to suppress in Luigi Mangione's backpack and what not to suppress in Luigi Mangione's backpack, and same thing with like statements Luigi Mangione allegedly made. And I do want to show you my quick little video of basically going over what was suppressed in Luigi Mangione's backpack and what wasn't suppressed in Luigi Mangione's backpack, and also like some of the statements Luigi Mangione allegedly made that was and wasn't suppressed. Again, I went over this when it first happened, and like, I don't want to repeat myself, so might as well just show you the clips I made in the past. So, this is me when this first happened on the, I think, 19th of May 2026. So I'll pop it up on screen for you guys. Hello! So, I know we don't really do this, but basically the latest update in Luigi Mangione's case is quite quick, but basically on the 18th of May 2026, Luigi Mangione had another hearing where basically everything that was discussed and talked about in the December suppression hearings were basically brought up, and basically this is the result of that 3-week long suppression hearing that happened last year in December. So I do apologize if this is a little bit choppy. I'm like reading off screenshots I have. I got them from Italians for Mangione. I recommend you guys go follow them. They do great stuff. So the things that were suppressed in Luigi Mangione's backpack were basically everything they found at the McDonald's, like Luigi Mangione's passport, his wallet, the computer chip they found in a piece of cardboard that Officer Fox spent way too much time opening, and also the gun magazine they found in his backpack as well. And also some of the statements Luigi Mangione made at the McDonald's as well that were suppressed as well. And the things that weren't suppressed in Luigi Mangione's backpack was the things they found at the police station that, honestly, I'm quite surprised because of all the sketchy shit that happened before it even got to the police station, but I guess we'll learn more about that kind of stuff in the future. So basically the things that weren't suppressed in Luigi Mangione's backpack that was found at the police station was the alleged 3D printed gun, the alleged 3D printed silencer, a USB drive found on Luigi Mangione, and also the red notebook. Those are not being suppressed in Luigi Mangione's backpack. And also some statements that Luigi Mangione supposedly said. Again, quite surprised because a lot of sketchy shit was happening before I got to the police station. But again, I will go over that in more detail in my updated video going over updates in Luigi Mangione's case. So basically that was suppressed in Luigi Mangione's backpack, and also things that weren't suppressed in Luigi Mangione's backpack. Again, when I went over this document and read everything, it didn't really truly come out and say and gave us a list of everything that was suppressed in Luigi Mangione's backpack, and same thing with these statements as well. Again, we don't have a full list of like, okay, these are the things that were suppressed and these were the things that weren't suppressed in Luigi Mangione's backpack. They just brought up a couple of things that were. So again, it's very much not vague, but in a grey area, especially with a lot of things surrounding the backpack. Red notebook they allegedly found on Luigi Mangione, where basically it was found at the McDonald's. It comes out in documents, it comes out in body cam footage. It was put on a table at the McDonald's, but then later on it comes out they're going to not suppress the alleged journal from Luigi Mangione because it was found at the police station when it obviously wasn't. So there are a lot of things that are like in a grey area in Judge Carro's decision, and I do want to say this here, I do kind of like he actually, suppressed some things and didn't suppress other things. And I was talking to some other Luigi Mangione supporters about this, and the best situation for this to happen compared to Judge Garnett's decision, where she basically suppressed anything, compared to Judge Carro, where he did suppress some things and then other things he didn't. And like Karen Arcafello said, this is what they were expecting. Again, in a perfect world, we all would have loved everything to be suppressed, but sadly this isn't a perfect world, and this is a best case scenario for Luigi Mangione and his legal team. Again, with this case, I do feel like you need to think about things more logically instead of, with your heart, sadly. But again, in a perfect world, everything would be suppressed, but it isn't. But again, I think this is a best case scenario for Luigi Mangione and his legal team for this, and I do like Judge Carro did bring up things in his document in Luigi Mangione's case that were incredibly sketchy and suspicious. He didn't glaze over that. But basically this document is basically a little bit of a speed run and going over the entire 3-week December suppression hearing quite briefly and just getting to the point. Same thing when Luigi Mangione was arrested and when his backpack was transported from the McDonald's to the police station, etc. Quite vaguely. So again, it isn't hardcore detailed. If you guys want to listen to that, you can listen to my 3 videos if you want to, or even read the document from Karen Arcafello, who covers everything that was said in the December suppression hearing in quite detail and gets to the point. I also have a video going over that document as well. Again, if you want to go listen to that in a lot more detail compared to what Judge Carro did here. Now I'm going to go over my little breakdown and things I want to bring up from this document. They also go over briefly as well in this document when they organized to have the December suppression hearing all the way back in September. That's when they organized to have it, and then it happened all the way in the end of last year in December 2025. Again, like I said earlier, I made videos, yada yada. And it was also brought up in this document, prosecution had to submit a motion of why they think things shouldn't be suppressed in Luigi Mangione's backpack and statements allegedly made by Luigi Mangione. And then also it was brought up as well, Luigi Mangione's legal team needed to submit a motion on their reasons why things should be suppressed in Luigi Mangione's backpack and the alleged statements he made. Again, that was brought up in this document. Both sides submitted a motion. Kind of obvious, but I just want to bring up here because we haven't heard that before. And basically, it was brought up in this document. His decision was some things will be suppressed in Luigi Mangione's backpack and some statements Luigi Mangione allegedly made, and some things in Luigi Mangione's backpack will not be suppressed in Luigi Mangione's backpack, and also alleged statements will not be suppressed in Luigi Mangione's backpack. And I found that incredibly interesting. Like I said earlier, I do like things were suppressed. Again, best case scenario, like Karen Arcafello said, but it is interesting going through the document and realizing there is a gray area with things in Luigi Mangione's backpack. And I do like as well, in this document as well, he did bring up these sketchy things that did happen from the body cam footage, from what some of the Altoona police force said, etc. Again, that was brought up in the document. I'm glad Judge Carro did not glaze over that or even ignore it, because again, there was some extremely sketchy shit surrounding Luigi Mangione's backpack. He also brings up basically with things surrounding the backpack at the McDonald's, basically because they were claiming they were looking for a bomb and also saying it was an inventory search. It was not, and because it was about 9 feet away from Luigi Mangione, it does not fall underneath that category in Altoona law and also Pennsylvania law, and it's also brought up in this document. They were arguing, and I do find it very interesting because there is a gray area in his decision of some things that weren't suppressed in Luigi Mangione's backpack. There were things in Luigi Mangione's backpack that weren't suppressed, but it was found at the McDonald's compared to, say, at the police station in Altoona, Pennsylvania. The red notebook is a example. It does come out in many documents. Same thing with body cam footage. The red notebook was found at the McDonald's. It does come out like Officer Fox or Officer Waza placed it on a table and then it was put back in the bag later on, but that was not suppressed because it was found at the Altoona police station. So yeah, there are some things that is a grey area. So basically everything in Luigi Mangione's backpack at the McDonald's will be suppressed that was found because of basically the Altoona police force were claiming they were doing a inventory search at the McDonald's and also, looking for a bomb and making sure there was, no bomb. Like we already know, it was bullshit. And again, Judge Carro brings up in his reasoning and he brings up that basically it doesn't really make sense for them to look for the bomb in Luigi Mangione's backpack that Officer Waza and Officer Fox were claiming that's what they were doing. Same thing with the inventory search, because the backpack was 9 feet away from Luigi Mangione and he was way too far away for them to count that for a inventory search in Luigi Mangione's backpack. So again, it was way too far from Luigi Mangione to, be present and be close to his backpack for those things to be full underneath the inventory search like they were doing. Same thing with the bomb excuse. They were saying it doesn't really make sense for them to go through Luigi Mangione's backpack and then go through random little things like a piece of cardboard, toiletries, etc. to look for a bomb. Like, bombs aren't that small. So he brings that up in the document, saying it doesn't really make sense for them to do that and them magically stopping that search for that so-called bomb, where when they came across that gun magazine that actually found in Luigi Mangione's backpack, he brings that up. It doesn't make sense why they were looking for a bomb and then they just stopped immediately. It's a bit odd. And then he also brings up, I do really like, where they weren't taking it seriously. Officer Waza or Officer Fox were joking around about this situation and not taking it seriously, so you could probably tell as well. It's yeah, the bomb excuse is bullshit in a nice way. Formally it's legal talk for the bomb excuse was bullshit, basically. So things that were suppressed in Luigi Mangione's backpack were the things at the McDonald's because Luigi Mangione was too far away to reach his backpack at the McDonald's because it was 9 feet away from him. He had police officers surrounding him. He was very much trapped and far away from his backpack. Same thing, and what Officer Waza and Officer Fox were doing is literally doing a very thorough search of that backpack. It does come out in documents. They did a much thorough search than they were giving off in this document. And them not taking the bomb excuse seriously. I do like Judge Carro did bring up basically saying Officer Detelo 100% thought they caught the CEO shooter once he stepped into that McDonald's and basically asked Luigi Mangione to pull his face mask down. And again, I do like in this document there are things like that he did not get rid of or glaze over. Same thing of when Officer Fox and Officer Waza was joking around and not going through Luigi Mangione's backpack seriously. They were messing around and joking like it was nothing for the bomb excuse they were using in this. They also bring up as well in this document. So I'm glad Judge Carro didn't glaze over that, because those things are serious. They also bring up as well when another officer, I forgot all their names, I'm so sorry, there's too many and I forgot them all. Except for Officer Waza and Officer Fox, I haven't forgotten those two. Those two names are embedded in my brain. It's also brought up as well when one of the officers that was at the McDonald's said to Luigi Mangione and basically lied to him, saying he will be free to go after they verify his ID, and basically lying to Luigi Mangione, saying yes, he'll be free to leave afterwards. They brought that up. They did lie to him. I'm glad with little things like this he did not get rid of and ignore it and looked at everything with rose-tinted glasses. He also brought up as well in this document when another officer was heading to the McDonald's, he called the 911 operator in New York to get in contact with people in New York surrounding the case in New York of the shooting of Brian Thompson, instead of, taking the extra steps to contact someone in New York. I think it's like about 4 more steps for them to get in touch with those people instead of, calling the 911 operator. Again, being incredibly impatient instead of doing their actual jobs, So this I found very interesting. So basically it was brought up saying one of the officers was told to tell Luigi Mangione the fake ID warning instead of, what actually happened, where they basically told Luigi Mangione and demanded him, why do you have a fake ID and you need to hand us over. Like we already know, they didn't really give Luigi Mangione fake ID warnings. They basically just went over and demanded Luigi Mangione's like, hey, give us your real information or you will go to jail. That's basically what happened, compared to like in this document. Wow, I found that kind of interesting. Like we already know, they didn't really ask him and gave him warning. They just told him, hey, tell us your real name or we will arrest you. So yeah, that's what actually happened. So I find that quite interesting. Also, I do like the jar of peanut butter is made appearance again. It lives rent-free in my brain, that jar of peanut butter. So this I found incredibly interesting in this document. They said they are arresting Luigi Mangione for the tampering of documents, aka fake ID. But like we've seen in the past and many documents, it has never come out of them saying that's why they arrested Luigi Mangione. They very much just said it was for loitering and them for the investigation for the alleged shooting of Brian Thompson. That's why they arrested him instead of the tampering of documents. Again, it's very interesting, and I find like we've read in many documents in the past that has never really been brought up. Again, it's very much been brought up. He was underneath the investigation of the shooting of Brian Thompson, and that's why then the, tampering of documents and loitering. It's very interesting, I think, and I wanted to add that here anyway. This I found interesting. So basically in the document, they kind of like contradict themselves later on, by the way, in this. Basically they said Officer Fox and Officer Waza did a much thorough search at the McDonald's than they were letting on, like we've seen many times in the past from the live tweets in the December suppression hearing. Same thing with many documents from Karen Archifilo. They did do a much thorough search at the McDonald's than they were letting on. Again, it does come out they went all the way to the bottom of the backpack at the McDonald's and found nothing, and then Officer Fox was going through all the pockets. And later on in the document it says they didn't do a as big thorough search in the backpack like they did at the McDonald's. So it's very interesting. They kind of like contradict themselves, but like we already know, they did a much thorough search than they were letting on at the McDonald's. I found that very interesting there, and I wanted to add that there. They like contradicted themselves. So I do like they did bring this up in the document as well, where Officer Waza took Luigi Mangione's backpack and put that in her car, and then Officer Fox took a brown paper bag and put that in his car with some of Luigi Mangione's items. Again, it's very suspicious what those two did, and nothing anyone would say will make it sound any better, because literally, how do you guys make that not sound suspicious? Sadly, it wasn't brought up in the document when Officer Fox and Officer Waza pulled over to the side of the road, and then Officer Fox handed over the brown paper bag to her, and then she went to the police station and had 2 bags magically. They did not bring that up, but they did bring up when Officer Waza got to the police station in Altoona, Pennsylvania, she did have Luigi Mangione's backpack and then also the brown paper bag Officer Fox gave to her. Incredibly suspicious shit going on there, so I'm glad he did not go over that and glaze over that, because it's incredibly suspicious. But yeah, I'm glad in this document there are key things in this he did not glaze over or ignore in this, because again, it's incredibly suspicious. It was also brought up in the document basically where Officer Fox and Officer Waza argued to a different officer saying they don't need a search warrant to go through Luigi Mangioni's backpack at the McDonald's, and then another officer said, hey, you guys need a search warrant, and they said, no, we don't. Again, that was like a whole thing. They definitely did, but anyway, they ignored it because I do like when I read my notes. Just a random note, like here it's just like facepalm emoji. That's all I have written there. Not the actual emoji. Just that. And I have no idea what I was thinking when I wrote that. And I find it funny I would know what that means about 2 days later after reading my notes. And then in the second half of the document they went over when they were going through Luigi Mangioni's backpack at the Altoona police station in Pennsylvania. Again, this part of the document is a little bit more rose-tinted glasses than one beforehand. But again, I explained earlier, it was a little bit of like a grey area with things that they did keep in Luigi Mangioni's backpack at the police station that was allegedly found. It was in a grey area where it definitely was found at the McDonald's, but then they're keeping it in anyway. It's very odd. There's a lot of grey area in this, I've noticed in this document. And I do like in this document they did bring up the law in Pennsylvania of classifying a inventory search in Pennsylvania, and again, I did read it. It still does not fall underneath the category of what the Pennsylvania police officers did at that McDonald's and even when they were at that police station. It brought up in the document as well, Officer Waza placed Luigi Mangioni's backpack on a chair and quickly went through it like she was indicating she was looking for something. I do like they did bring that up. She was quickly going through Luigi Mangioni's bag looking for a certain area and then magically found that 3D printed gun. They didn't say magically found in the document, they just said found the alleged 3D printed gun in Luigi Mangioni's backpack. But I do like they add the suspicious things that were done. It's also brought up in the document as well when Officer Waza moved Luigi Mangioni's backpack to a hallway after finding allegedly that 3D printed ghost gun. Again, not a very good place to do an inventory search, she was claiming. It also comes out in the document that she wasn't doing an inventory search. Like I said before earlier in the video, I have went over this when Luigi Mangione was arrested, when his backpack was being searched at the police station in a lot more detail in the past from documents from Karen Acafillo. Again, this is just going over the entire thing briefly through Judge Carro's eyes. And this is just going over the entire situation a lot more briefly and quickly instead of like, in a lot more detail like we've seen in the past. So I do like they also brought up in the document about more than one person doing the search warrant in Luigi Mangioni's case, because again that did come out in the December suppression hearing. Literally it was like more than one person who was doing it. I know, so cute. Teamwork. Hope you guys can hear the sarcasm in my voice there. But yeah, I do like they also brought that up. And then also, like in the document, they also brought up Luigi Mangioni's backpack was moved multiple times at that police station, like from a chair to a hallway to an officer's office and then to a conference room. Again, moved so many times. And then on top of that, it was also mentioned when they were doing the inventory search supposedly at the police station, it was handed off to another police officer like we already know. So nice. Teamwork right there. So cute. Yeah, I do find it incredibly suspicious, like more than one person was doing it at that police station in Altoona, Pennsylvania, than one person. A bit suspicious. So I'm glad that kind of stuff is being brought up. This I found incredibly interesting. So if you guys remember in the December suppression hearing, one of the officers that was looking over Luigi Mangione in Pennsylvania said Luigi Mangione blurted out he had a gun. Again, very random, very odd. He didn't write anything down, I want to keep saying that. But in this document, it is worded incredibly differently than compared to what came out in the December suppression hearing. So here, and basically, if you guys remember that officer didn't write anything down, based on now we're going to be going over the so-called statements. I do find this incredibly interesting because this is worded incredibly different than what was actually said in the December suppression hearing. So if you guys remember that officer that was looking over Luigi Mangione in Pennsylvania when he was being held there, and apparently Luigi Mangione blurted out he had a gun. Yeah, we're going off that guy's statements. By the way, I do want to note, he never wrote anything down. So basically, this is worded very, very, very differently compared to what was actually said in the December suppression hearing. So I find that interesting and I want to add that here. So basically, the key things here, apparently Luigi Mangione said to this officer, Luigi Mangione had a pistol in his backpack. Luigi Mangione was a software engineer, and he was arrested at McDonald's, and they took his backpack away from him, and it had a pistol in it. Very weirdly said. Nowhere said it had this statement had a pistol, and it also came out, and he had a gun magazine in his backpack, and then also he said people are accusing him of being a foreign agent. This I found incredibly odd, because this is nothing like what actually came out from the December suppression hearing. You guys know, I made a massive video about it. I don't remember which one, it was one of these ones, but this is worded incredibly different and what was actually said in that December suppression hearing. And also, like, I do want to add here, that guy never wrote any of this down. We're just gonna go by off word of mouth? Okay, that's not how these things work, but sure. I do want to add this here, that guy never wrote any of this down, by the way. I feel like that's important to write down, you know? So that also, anyway, I just really want to add that here. That was like really weirdly written. It's like very different than what actually was said in the December suppression hearing. Want to put that there. Did Judge Carro want to dabble in some little fan fiction here? I'm sorry, I shouldn't joke about that. Fan fiction is very good. Some fan fiction is great, man. Have not read fan fiction since I was 19 years old. And another statement that also was brought up when Luigi Mangione was being held in Pennsylvania by another officer on December 16th, 2024, where basically it came out Luigi Mangione was talking about his travels overseas, allegedly to this officer, same thing about his opinion about the United Healthcare system, and also Luigi Mangione recommended some reading material. And apparently it also came out in the conversation, Luigi said he didn't like the media is comparing, like, okay, I do want to say that entire situation is incredibly odd. Same thing with the first situation. One, that guy never wrote anything down. Feel like that shit's important to write down if he actually did say that, allegedly. And Luigi, it also came out in the December suppression hearing as well. Luigi Mangione never spoke to anyone else except his lawyer in Pennsylvania. I'm pretty sure Luigi's lawyers aren't sitting there and telling him the goss of what everyone thinks about him. I'm pretty sure they're talking about, okay, this is what we need to do, these are our next steps, instead of letting him know, okay, gossip time, this is what the world thinks about you. I'm pretty sure they're not doing that. That's not what they do. If they do, then I don't think they're good lawyers. Anyway, but basically, I still find that incredibly weird. One, they never wrote anything down. Two, Luigi Mangione wasn't talking to anyone else but his lawyer, so how the hell would he know what the media thinks about him? He did not have any access to a TV, phone, anything, radio, etc. for him to know that. He was in, a little bit of an isolation, except for that one officer. Like, it's so weird, but the annoying thing is, Judge Carro does decide to keep those statements in because he says they're like conversational and they're not underneath interrogation. So even if they're a bit random and out of place and don't fit, he admits that in this, but he still decides to keep them anyway. It's honestly annoying and infuriating. And I do find it incredibly interesting, like they're literally just going off from memory that was like almost 2 years ago at that point in the December suppression hearings that came out last year. It's very odd. They never wrote any of this down. they're just relying off memory. You know, I don't remember what I did last week, more or less 2 years ago. I vaguely remember 2 years ago, vaguely. Again, they're just relying off memory, especially with conversations like this. I don't remember small conversations like this from 2 years ago. I don't remember small conversations I did like 6 months ago, okay? Like, why are they keeping this in? And sad fact is, Judge Carro is keeping these 2 statements in because he thinks they were just, you know, normal everyday statements and just in form of discussion instead of, like, you know, even if the first one where Luigi Mangione allegedly blurted out he had a 3D gun, it was a bit random. It was also written in the document, it was random, but it doesn't classify of being suppressed because it wasn't underneath being questioned or anything like that. Again, so weird why he decided to keep those statements in. 1, they were never written down. 2, they were so random, you can clearly tell that first officer was bullshitting. Same thing with the second one. Again, they never wrote any of this shit down. That stuff's incredibly important. Why did they not write that down? They're just relying on memory from like almost 2 years ago at that point. Again, what the fuck? But then other statements were suppressed before Luigi Mangione was officially arrested. The document they also bring up basically what law they are going to be following, because if you noticed in the December suppression hearing and also other documents as well that I've covered in the past or you've just read on your own, basically there have been arguments between, oh, this has happened in Pennsylvania, we need to follow Pennsylvania law, and then Luigi Mangione's legal team keep arguing, this is a New York case, things need to be going underneath New York law, not Pennsylvania law. And it was a bit back and forth for a while. Basically, in this document, they basically decide, instead of them going Pennsylvania law, New York law, they're strictly gonna go underneath New York law in this case, because this is a New York case, so they're gonna be going underneath New York law for the evidence and statements Luigi Mangione allegedly made to the Altoona police force instead of Pennsylvania law in this case. So that's what's going to be going forward. They're going to be going forward with New York law in this case compared to, say, Pennsylvania law. Again, even with the Pennsylvania stuff, it doesn't fall underneath that category what they did. I want to say sorry, I keep referring back to like the December suppression hearings videos in Luigi Mangione's case with this document, because again, this is the result of that. And again, this is just a lot from my memory from reading all of it, and I know supposedly we have transcripts from that, but they're only on the Free Luigi subreddit. I don't trust them still. I can't find them anywhere. I genuinely looked, so I'll wait until they officially come out somewhere and then I'll buy them. But until then, I'm still gonna rely on the December suppression live tweets, because that is the only information we know about that came out on those days. I keep referring back to them because this is the result of that, and again, things are different in this document than compared to what was actually talked about and discussed in the December suppression hearings live tweets. And same thing with that document that came out from Carro. It is brought up because they are going underneath New York law in Luigi Mangione's case on Judge Carro's side, basically because underneath New York law, a inventory search has to be in a arm's length from someone, but like we already know, it was 9 feet away from Luigi Mangione, and no one's arms are that long. And because they're going underneath New York law, everything in Luigi Mangione's backpack that was found at the McDonald's needs to be suppressed, but it needs to be 1 arm's length away from someone to kind of be categorized as a inventory search underneath New York law. But because the backpack was 9 feet away from Luigi Mangione, it does not fall underneath that category of it being a inventory search. Basically everything in Luigi Mangione's backpack from the McDonald's will be suppressed. But again, like I said earlier, it is a grey area because some things that were found at the McDonald's aren't being suppressed, like that red notebook, like I mentioned earlier, falls underneath a grey area because it was found at the McDonald's but it wasn't suppressed. Sadly, we don't have a list of saying these are the things that were going to be suppressed and these are the things that won't be suppressed. Sadly, we just have to go from this document. And also it comes out as well, Luigi Mangione was also handcuffed at the time when Officer Fox and Officer Wazza was going through Luigi Mangione's backpack. Again, Luigi Mangione still can't have access to his backpack. So, and it's also brought up in the document, Luigi Mangione was not in control of his backpack whatsoever, but his backpack was fully controlled by the police officers, and those are the reasons why things at the McDonald's, things that were found at the McDonald's will be suppressed in Luigi Mangione's backpack, and also some statements just because of that reason. And again, like I said earlier, it's a grey area with the things that were found at the McDonald's and things that were found at the police station. Again, grey area, but those are the reasons why, because it's going under New York law. Even same thing in like Pennsylvania law, they were, illegally searching his backpack there. Also, Judge Carro also brings up in the document in a fancy way of him saying it was bullshit of them, what Officer Fox and Officer Wazza did when they were going through Luigi Mangione's backpack and claiming they were looking for a bomb. Same thing with the prosecution trying to back up their bullshit. Basically, Judge Carro said, yeah, it's bullshit. He did say it was inefficient, but aka that's like fancy talk of like it's bullshit. Basically what Officer Fox and Officer Wazza did, saying they were looking for a bomb and it was for safety. What the prosecution were claiming, saying yes, this is what they were doing, it was totally fine. Judge Carro said, yeah, it was bullshit, it doesn't make sense. Like, he also brings up, it's like, it wasn't for safety, they kept like letting people go to the toilet, or in your case, in American standards, bathroom, back and forth, because it was near the toilets at that McDonald's, and they kept letting people walk past. And if there was a bomb, they would take more protocols of like, okay, we need to clear the building, get everyone out, put this in a car park, hopefully call the bomb squad. They didn't do any of that. Also brought up as well, Judge Carro said, yeah, it also doesn't make sense. They kept looking through in little small compartments, like a small piece of cardboard, and opening small containers to look for a so-called bomb. Yeah, bombs aren't that small. They wouldn't be in there. And same thing, it also was brought up as well. They literally stopped looking for that so-called bomb after they came across that gun magazine in Luigi Mangione's backpack. Again, Judge Carro says it doesn't make sense why they were looking for a bomb and then merely stopped looking for one after they came across that gun magazine. So basically that's also a reason why. This was like another reason, so I'm glad he was calling out their bullshit. I do like Judge Carro was pulling up the prosecution, and also like what Officer Wazza and Officer Fox pulling up on their bullshit of what they did, of claiming, no, we were looking for a bomb. Guys, it never existed, it doesn't make sense, it's bullshit. So I'm glad they were pulling them up on that. Even if we know he's a bit biased towards Luigi Mangione and his legal team. But sadly, it is kind of a good thing he's a little bit more logical in this. A little bit. Only a small bit. And it's basically brought up, those are the reasons why the things need to be suppressed in Luigi Mangione's backpack. Because of those reasons, it wasn't in Luigi Mangione's arm length underneath New York law and also Pennsylvania law. Honestly, same thing with like the prosecution, and same thing with like them going through his backpack saying they were looking for a bomb when they weren't looking for a bomb. They just wanted to go through his backpack and find stuff. I did bring up like earlier in the video what things that were suppressed from the McDonald's. Again, it's not a full list in the things that were suppressed in Luigi Mangione's backpack and also not suppressed in Luigi Mangione's backpack. But again, I did bring that up earlier in the video, but I did see this. Basically, it is kind of a good thing where basically Luigi Mangione's cell phone and the computer chip, they got it like 5 different things in this entire thing. Their little computer chip thingy-majig they found in cardboard that Officer Fox spent way too much time opening. Basically, it is a good thing they are suppressing those items, because it is kind of a good thing they are suppressing those things, because again, they don't have access to it, they can't look at it, etc. Like, basically with the cell phone, they can't look at his messages, emails, etc., even location, because again, basically having a phone is just an automatic GPS tracker wherever you go, and they're not allowed to have access to that whatsoever. Same thing with a couple of other things as well, I'm assuming as well. Same thing with the laptop as well. Again, we don't have a full list of like everything that was suppressed at the McDonald's and things that weren't suppressed at the McDonald's. Again, we only have a couple of things, but I just want to put that there. And I do want to say, I did not think of that a little bit on my own. I did come across that from someone's story about discussing the things that were suppressed in Luigi Mangione's case, and that was a good thing, but it was only on a story. So I do apologize, full credit to that person, because I didn't think of that. I was busy doing other things. I do find this very interesting when they bring out basically the search at the police station when Officer Waza was claiming she was doing a inventory search. She wasn't. They also bring it up here. She wasn't doing a inventory search. It also came out, other officers admitted saying, yeah, she wasn't doing an inventory search at that police station in Pennsylvania, and also it doesn't even fall underneath Pennsylvania law. What she was doing was okay, so it makes no sense. They still decided to keep that in, even if it was at that police station. Makes no sense, but they still decided to keep everything she allegedly found at that police station in Pennsylvania. So again, I find it very annoying they still decided to do that. What she was doing was an inventory search and she didn't write anything down. And it's also brought up the only time they were doing a inventory search officially was when things that were moved into that police officer's office. That's when they started doing it, and then it was handed off to another officer. It's also come out as well, they are keeping the notebook. They only took pictures of certain pages, not all the pages, certain pages in that alleged notebook they found on Luigi Mangione. Again, context is missing. Again, it's a bit of a grey area why they're keeping it compared to, not having it suppressed. It's very odd, I think, anyway, because again, like we already know, it was found at the McDonald's, but then they're keeping it. There's a lot of things that are like a grey area. And it's very odd, and like with the inventory search at the police station, they are going underneath Pennsylvania law with that, even if it was all of them that were doing it, compared to one person doing it. It's very odd for them to just group them all together of everything all of them have done in Pennsylvania at that police station. And it even comes out in this document, Officer Waza didn't even write anything down. I also mentioned earlier, an officer came out and admitted, yeah, she wasn't doing a inventory search. She was just going for his backpack for funsies. Okay, no one said funsies, but I like putting that there. So they also bring up the red journal they allegedly found on Luigi Mangione, and I keep bringing it up, I do apologize. But basically, they did gloss over saying what Officer Waza did when she flicked through it. They didn't even bring that up here. But they also, basically ignored that police officer who also was taking photos only on certain pages of that alleged notebook they found on Luigi Mangione, and only took pictures of certain pages, not all the pages, only certain pages. And same thing, blah 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 blah. And they also didn't really bring up as well when that officer did actually read the context of that journal they allegedly found on Luigi Mangione. They gloss over that. They only focused on when that officer only took photos of certain pages in that notebook they allegedly found on Luigi Mangione. Again, context is missing if you only take photos of certain pages. I just want to put that there. They glossed over that entire notebook thing, and I had no idea. I was like, why are you guys glossing over that? And basically it comes out, Judge Carro says they're gonna keep everything they allegedly found at that police station because it was totally fine, even if they use everything they found allegedly in Luigi Mangione's backpack at that police station to get that search warrant. And like we already know, the only reason why they got that search warrant is so they can hold certain things they allegedly found in Luigi Mangione's backpack. And I do feel like they wouldn't have gotten that search warrant in the first place at the end of the day. Like we already know, I don't remember what time it was, but it was very much at the end of the day they finally got that search warrant to go through Luigi Mangione's backpack. But like we already know, they only got that search warrant so they can hold things in Luigi Mangione's backpack. And I feel like if they didn't get that, they still would have gone through his backpack more times. They only got that search warrant so they can hold things in his backpack. It's very infuriating. All the damage has already been done, and they've used the things in his backpack they allegedly found to get that search warrant. So the damage has already been done, okay, before they even got that search warrant. It was brought up in the document, statements need to be suppressed before his Miranda rights were actually read to him. Like we already know, he was asked so many questions before his Miranda rights were actually read to him at that McDonald's, and it comes out in the document from 9:29 a.m. to like 9:47 a.m. Those statements Luigi Mangione made in that time frame will not be suppressed because Judge Carro said Luigi Mangione was not being detained or even being questioned at that time. It's fucking bullshit. Yes, he was. Again, it's obvious in the body cam footage. They clearly made it seem like Luigi Mangione was not free to go whatsoever, but in Judge Carro's decision said Luigi Mangione totally was. Are you sure? He had to jump over the table if he was. But it does come up, these statements of when 8 officers and more were stepping into that McDonald's, Luigi Mangione statements will be suppressed because Judge Carro said in his document anyone in that situation would not feel like they would be free to leave. What's the difference between 8 or more officers compared to 3 officers? What's the difference there to having the feeling of being able to leave? That's my question. So basically, after 8 or more officers stepped into that McDonald's, those statements will be suppressed from Luigi Mangione. Basically, the time frame was that from 9:47 a.m. onwards, those statements from Luigi Mangione will be suppressed. Again, I don't think anyone in that position would think they would be free to go if there is 3 officers in front of you. Yeah, it's like a group thing, you know? 3 against 1, that isn't fair. I don't think anyone in that situation would feel like they would be free to go. And like we're already seen in the body cam footage, he is very much trapped in and not free to go, even if they're not saying the words. Take visual cues, Judge Carro. It's really obvious to see. Honestly, it's like 4 p.m. and I've just finished my second coffee for the day, and I'm not gonna sleep tonight, but oh my god, my eyes are very tired, but oh my god, my brain is awake. And some things that were brought up, so things that won't be suppressed because they classify as standard protocol, like when Luigi Mangione was asked to stand up so they can frisk him multiple times. I want to add, they've done it so many times. And same thing with them asking Luigi Mangione his age and his real name, because that falls underneath the category of standard procedure. So those statements won't be suppressed because of those reasons. And same thing with those statements allegedly Luigi Mangione said to those officers when he was being detained in Pennsylvania in 2024. Even if Judge Carro came out and said they're a bit random and spontaneous, they won't be suppressed either because they fall underneath the category of like random everyday conversation. Okay, but they never wrote any of this down. How do you know they're not, lying? It does come out. Officers do lie on the stand. That's fucking infuriating, honestly. It's like, why are you keeping those statements even if you obviously also know they're a bit random and out of place and don't make sense? Why are you keeping it? Why are you keeping them in? You know they're lying. You also even said it. This is why I wouldn't be a very good lawyer. I'll just get way too passionate and swear, and then I'll be kicked out. It's like, stop swearing. I'm sorry, I'm passionate. When I realize making these videos, I get a little bit too passionate, and then I just start swearing a lot. I do apologize. I get a little bit too passionate, and then I start swearing because I'm annoyed. Okay, so that was the end of the breakdown I did, and honestly, it was just full of sarcasm and being angry, honestly. Anyway, but basically the breakdown of Judge Carro's decision of suppressing some of the items in Luigi Mangione's backpack and some things that weren't suppressed in Luigi Mangione's backpack, and same thing with statements and all that. I'm just going over the document here for you guys and bringing it down the best way I can with some nice sarcasm in between. That should be my new motto. And again, I played it earlier in the video of what things that were suppressed and weren't suppressed at the start of the video. And again, I don't want to go over it again. And again, like I said earlier, and again, I'll show you guys a little clip from Carro Narcofilo. Basically, this is the best scenario for Luigi Mangione and his legal team. Because again, in a perfect world, everything would be suppressed in Luigi Mangione's backpack. But again, this isn't a perfect world. Things needed to be suppressed, some things weren't suppressed again, but this is what they were expecting, and it is honestly a small win for Luigi Mangione. Again, we have had bigger wins in Luigi Mangione's case, we already know, getting rid of the death penalty against Luigi Mangione and other charges. This is what they were expecting, and honestly, my opinion about it is I think this is a good thing. Things were suppressed in Luigi Mangione's backpack, and this is like the best case scenario logically in Luigi Mangione's case going forward. Again, this is the best case scenario, even if we would all wish everything was, because obviously everything is incredibly suspicious surrounding Luigi Mangione's arrest. But again, this isn't a perfect world, but this is the best case scenario. Even Karen Rockefeller said, I'll show you the clip in a minute, of her saying, yeah, this is what they were expecting in Luigi Mangione's case with this. So here's the statement from Karen Rockefeller that came out on the same day after this all happened. So I'll pop it up on screen for you guys.
Any reaction?
It's good. Okay, it's good.
It's not.
It's
I
good.
have no idea what's going on.
It's what we expected, and it's good.
But now I'm going to be going over and talking about what else happened on this day, on the 18th of May 2026. And honestly, I do find this quite sad, because this situation honestly just outshined literally what happened in Luigi Mangione's case, and everything just moved away from Luigi Mangione and his case and just to these fucking fangirls of what they did. Again, they should not be called that. I'm just gonna call them fangirls because I don't want to call them their stupid name they decided to call themselves. That's a disrespect to Luigi Mangione and his family. So fangirls, basically, I already talked about this in quite a bit of detail when it actually did happen, and I don't want to repeat myself. And honestly, I sounded way more pissed and angry, and I got everything I wanted to get across then. So, but before I show you that clip and explaining the situation, so here's me from a couple of weeks ago. I don't really talk about the gossip side of things or the drama surrounding the Luigi Mangione fandom community-ness. I don't really know what it's called, I just call it whatever. But this was also a really big thing, and I do feel like it's necessary to talk about it, because like I've said before in the past, if it does start to affect Luigi Mangione's case, I will step in and talk about it. And also, I think this was big enough to talk about just because of how fucking disgusting it was, and it was big enough for Karen Rockefeller to talk about briefly to a newspaper, and also the new mayor of New York, Zohran Mamdani. Please tell me I've pronounced his first name correctly. I've watched the actual video of how he says his name.
Zohran Kwame Mamdani.
You're allowed to yell at me if I got it wrong. Mr. Mamdani, the mayor of New York, to speak about this issue, and also Karen Rockefeller, Luigi Mangione's lawyer. And I think it's necessary to talk about this as a person who is in the Luigi Mangione supporting community. You can clearly tell, and also for every other person who is in the Luigi Mangione supporting community. Normally with this, I would not give these people, like, show their pictures or anything like that, because I don't want to give them what they want, is more attention. But I will show you the newspaper clipping so you guys know what their faces still look like, so you can report them, unfollow them, not give them the attention. Probably seen these three women before. They have been quite popular in the Luigi Mangione supporter realm. I don't get why the internet keeps giving disgusting ass people fucking platforms. We need to stop doing that. Stop giving horrible people platforms. Give good people platforms. Is that so hard to ask? You've probably seen the blonde one a couple of times. You've seen her in live streams. You've seen me talk about her once in the past, because what she did was leaked footage to the public when it wasn't meant to whatsoever. The fucking audacity for her to make me talk about her again. How fucking dare you? I'm more annoyed about that. Why are you making me talk about you? How dare you? But this is my platform, so I get to talk about whatever the fuck I want. So basically what these three women did, celebrating the murder of Brian Thompson, and that is absolutely fucking disgusting behavior, and also chanting and cheering for his murder. That is absolutely fucking disgusting behavior for anyone to do. You should not chant anyone's murder whatsoever. And the reason why this also got so big, not just because they fucking did that and they're popular and the media loves freaking giving them fucking attention, is because they were wearing press passes. Now, if you guys already know this or didn't know this, the press passes get way more priority in court cases, trials, etc., also hearings, etc., more so than the normal everyday people passes people can get. There's 3 women and wearing those passes that you could clearly see, and basically that's also why the fuck this got so big. Now, I don't truly know how they got those press passes. Maybe they just threw a lot of money and that's how they got into it. I feel like that is the option how they did, instead of, you know, actually being part of the media. But also, Rotten Mango got into the media side of things in Luigi Mangione's case. I don't think it's that fun, but basically, that was also another reason why this got so big as well. Now, I am going to show you the statement Karen Rockefeller made about this situation. I'll pop it up on screen for you guys.
These individuals do not represent the views of Luigi, nor the tens of thousands who have shown their support from around the world. The only people who speak for Luigi are his attorneys. We condemn these vile and irresponsible statements that have no place in the discourse around these cases.
So that was the statement Karen made about this. This isn't from like any official site or anything. This was from a newspaper. You know my beef about the media, but I feel like it was necessary to show this, and I absolutely agree with Karen Rockefeller and also the other Luigi Mangione supporters online that I chat to time, that we've been talking about this, wanting to make a statement about this. These people do not speak on the behalf of Luigi Mangione. They do not speak on the behalf of other Luigi Mangione supporters that do not think this way whatsoever, and they do not speak on the behalf of Luigi Mangione's legal team, because the only people that talk on Luigi Mangione's behalf is his legal team. And I feel like it's incredibly important to talk about this, because this is absolutely fucking disgusting behavior, what these girls did. And the sad fact is, the media likes focusing and giving these women attention because they fucking love attention and they're pick-me women. They are acting like 15-year-old girls who have never basically had to deal with the consequences of their own fucking actions. This does not represent the Luigi Mangione community whatsoever, and this is my platform, and I feel like it's necessary to talk about this and bring this up because I do show my face, even if my page isn't that big compared to the other people I have been chatting about this in the Luigi Mangione supporter realm, and I feel like it is necessary to talk about this and make this statement here. It's fucking disgusting what they have done, and that should have never happened whatsoever. Disrespectful to everyone in this entire thing. Brian Thompson's family, Luigi Mangione, the Luigi Mangione supporters, and many people that represent Luigi Mangione is his legal team. These women do not represent the Luigi Mangione community. They do not think this way whatsoever. They do not represent anyone around the world that's supporting Luigi Mangione. They do not think this way. They do not represent any of the Luigi Mangione supporters that are not like this whatsoever, and what they have done is absolutely fucking disgusting behavior, and they've never faced consequences in their fucking lives for their actions, and they need to stop acting like 15-year-old girls that are fucking pick-me women. And I don't want to call them supporters because they do not deserve that. Things need to change so people like this can't. Problem is, the media loves focusing and giving them attention. And they want attention, is what they want, and dusting. Something like this shouldn't have never happened. You guys do have a lot more power than you think, even if you don't show your face on camera like I do, or make little posts like some of the people I chat to time online about Luigi Mangione's case. You have a lot more power than you think. Like, if you guys see these women, see what they've done online, please report it. Please take it down, unfollow them, because sadly there are Luigi Mangione accounts online that share everything and anything in Luigi Mangione's case, even if it's not helpful, not true, not accurate information, and just spreading this information around. And I posted a video I recommend you guys to watch, where someone said people are telling this guy's story but telling it incorrectly, and they reach out to those social media people, and the social media people don't answer or respond whatsoever. And the reason why I said, if you do see this kind of stuff on, say, other Luigi Mangione social media platforms, on like TikTok, Twitter, etc., and you see it, please report it, because even if those stupid report functions don't fucking work on social media, I know that for a fact, but if enough people do that, they do listen. So basically, if you do see it, please report it, unfollow them, don't give them the attention they need. Same thing with these direct women. If you see their stuff, unfollow them. You are not giving them the attention they need. If a bunch of people unfollow them, you're getting rid of the power they have of the attention they want. So you have a lot more power than you guys think. So if you see this kind of stuff, unfollow it, report it, or even block them. Even better. Doing that will give them less power, because they're so popular in the Luigi Mangione supporter realm, and I feel like doing that will basically get rid of their popularity. I want to bring this up because when I was chatting to other Luigi Mangione supporters online about this, they have made statements about this. You guys can make a statement about this as well, because it is absolutely fucking disgusting behavior what these women have done. Okay, so that was the situation of what these fucking fangirls did about these disgusting fangirls' behavior. Seriously, stop giving these women attention. Stop it. They don't need it. And also, again, I don't want to fucking talk about these women ever again, okay? I don't talk about gossip and all that on this channel, except for one time. That was mostly just telling people to freaking have more common sense. But again, don't give these women attention, don't give them what they want. I'm surprised they were fucking allowed to go back to the hearing after what they did. Again, I didn't watch the video, but I did see their stupid faces. Again, and same thing with one of them made a couple of days ago made a YouTube video about, a couple of days ago, one of them, the blonde one, I don't want to freaking learn their names and give them a light of day. People have told me their names. People have told me their names multiple times. It goes through one ear, goes out the other. I don't remember. I'm bad with names. I think everyone is. As human beings, we're more registered to recognize people's faces than names. Fun little evolution fact for you guys there. But basically, one of them made a fucking YouTube video. The blonde one basically made a YouTube video. I've not watched it. Don't watch it. I want to see this here. People that love attention, they will do anything and everything for a small bit of attention. Even when they are losing that attention, they will do fucking anything to get it back. Even if it's horrible, disgusting, terrible things. Do not give it to them. Just ignore them. They'll go away or even cause more mischief. But if you don't give them the attention, it doesn't give them power. It doesn't give them what they want. Don't give it to them. Ignore them. They'll go away, okay, so I have to take the dog for a walk because he's looking at me very adorably. He goes, please take me for a walk. We need to go to the park. I have to take the dog for a walk. He's very cute. And, I'll be back soon. Okay, so it is the next day because I just got way too tired after walking Jasper yesterday instead of finishing this video, and I don't want to change into a different outfit because I don't want to ruin more of the continuity than I already have in this video. Anyway, so this is the first time of me, taking 3 days to film a video. Normally I would take, the next day or something if I'm sick or things took way too long in my last video. Anyway, this is the first time for everything. Anyway, so on the same day, basically this document is from the prosecution in Pennsylvania, basically saying, hey, the defense in Pennsylvania, Altoona, basically have failed to submit a couple of documents saying Luigi Mangioni's unavailability in Pennsylvania. Again, I'm pretty sure I covered those documents if they did actually come out, but again, we do find out later, no, someone higher up in New York said, hey, Luigi Mangione is unavailable to appear in Pennsylvania many months beforehand, before these documents came out and said that Luigi Mangioni's defense in Pennsylvania have failed to file some paperwork. Again, it's more so, I feel like it was someone who, didn't check up or anything and just said, oh hey, this hasn't happened, we haven't seen these documents, we need to file this, instead of, looking into things further. Anyway, I will go over that in a lot more detail in a minute. But this is the document from the prosecutors in Pennsylvania that came out on the same day. So I'll pop up on screen for you guys.
In the Court of Common Pleas of Blair County, Pennsylvania, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania versus Luigi Nicholas Mangione, Defendant Hon Jackie Atherton Bernard Peter Weeks, Esquire Nicole Smith, Esquire Thomas Dickey, Esquire number 2024 CR 2724 Presiding Judge We District Attorney 5 First Assistant District Attorney Counsel for Defendant Order. And now, this 13th day of May, 2026, entry of the following order is deemed appropriate. It is hereby ordered, directed, and decreed that 1. Pursuant to prior orders, the Commonwealth filed a notice of defendant's unavailability for personal appearance in the Blair County Court of Common Pleas and pre-site the consent to remote appearance notice on November 25, 2025, January 30, 2026, and April 13, 2026. 2. By prior court orders, the defense was required within 14 days of the Commonwealth notices to file a certification of record as to the defendant's prior demand for in-person appearance, or if he has reconsidered and will appear remotely, and or his ongoing obligation to update the court as to any change in the defendant's circumstances, making him available for proceedings in Blair County. 1. The defense has failed to file a certification following the Commonwealth's notice docketed on November 25, 2025, and the Commonwealth's notice docketed on January 30, 2026, and the Commonwealth's notice docketed on April 13, 2026. Further, the defendant failed to advise of any change in his status which would make him available for proceedings in Blair County. Therefore, the court determines that the defendant remains unavailable for purposes of defending the case in Blair County. Further, the court deems the defendant's unavailability as a waiver of Rule 600. 2. Pursuant to the prior orders of court, the Commonwealth remains under an ongoing obligation to update the record in this court every 60 days on the status of the defendant's availability for proceedings in Blair County, Pennsylvania. Additionally, the defense is directed to advise in writing by filing a proper certification of record as to the defendant's demand for in-person appearance, or if he will appear remotely. Said certification shall be filed within 14 days of the Commonwealth's recorded update regarding the defendant's availability for transport. The defense also shall timely notify the court with a record filing of any change in the defendant's status, which renders him available for prosecution in Blair County.
Okay, so that was the document from the prosecutors in Pennsylvania saying, hey, Thomas Dickey and Luigi's legal team in Pennsylvania have forgotten to file some paperwork, and basically saying Luigi will be available to appear in Pennsylvania because of that reason, because they have failed to file paperwork. That's basically what this document is. And again, I will go over a document a bit later, came out over Thomas Dickey's response to this, basically them saying no, saying, hey, yeah, Luigi Mangione is busy in New York. You guys received a letter from someone higher up in New York sent to you guys in Pennsylvania saying, hey, Luigi Mangione's unavailability, he will be available in Pennsylvania when everything is done in New York. Again, so I do feel like whoever filed this didn't actually, checked up or anything. They just might have just noticed, oh hey, we haven't received these documents yet, he's available now, instead of, looking into things further. So I think that's what happened here. And basically the 3 dates the prosecution in Pennsylvania are saying Thomas Dickey and Luigi's legal team in Pennsylvania failed to file is based of Luigi Mangione's unavailability is on November 25th, 2025 and January 30th, 2026, and also on April 18th, 2026, the prosecution in Pennsylvania said Thomas Dickey and Luigi Mangione's legal team failed to file paperwork saying Luigi Mangione's unavailability to appear in Pennsylvania. Defense has about 14 days to reply to this, saying and explaining why they have not filed those documents yet. But again, like I said earlier, higher up in New York sent them a letter saying, hey, Luigi Mangione's unavailability, this is the reason why he will be available once he is done in New York. Again, I do feel like it was someone in Pennsylvania on the prosecution side of things who just, didn't look into things further and just kind of noticed it's like, oh, this person hasn't filed stuff in a while. We need to send this now. Just like a random error. And if you guys remember a couple of months ago when I read over a document from Thomas Dickey's side of things in Pennsylvania, where basically the prosecution in Pennsylvania failed to file a document in time, like literally they filed it on like the Friday at like 5 p.m. and they did not get the facts until like literally Monday, and then basically them failing to like send it on time. Yes, I did say facts. Some industries won't fucking let them die. Let it die. We don't need them anymore. Oh my god. Anyway, but I want to note that here because the prosecution in the Pennsylvania side of things also aren't that great. I've noticed. The 19th of May, 2026. Basically, this is from Zohran Mamdani, the new mayor of New York. Honestly, he's like my favorite politician, and I don't give a shit about politicians. I really don't care. Mamdani, he's like my favorite. He does a lot of cool stuff. I like that guy. Anyway, but Zohran Mamdani basically made a statement saying things need to change for press passes in cases because things are changing. Media is different now compared to it was in the past, and his team is looking into that so things can change, so people like those fucking fangirls discussing behavior can't as easily get those press passes to be part of cases and trials, hearings, etc. I'm still going off the theory they just threw money at it and that's how they got those press passes. Again, I explained it in my little video beforehand, but basically I'm going to show you guys the full video of Zohran Mamdani's statement about it because I think the entire thing is just like him talking about other things happening in New York, and that was just brought up at that conference. But I am just going to show you guys the clip of Zohran Mamdani basically bringing that up and saying things need to change for press passes to be changed so people can't get them so easily like what those fangirls did, because it shouldn't be that easy for them to get it. And so now I'm just going to show you guys the statement from Zohran Mamdani, the mayor of New York, about this entire thing. So I'll pop it up on screen for you guys.
It's not. And those 3 individuals should not have received press passes. My administration is reviewing the entire process and the standards for press credentialing. The guidelines fall underneath the Mayor's Office of Media and Entertainment. We will initiate our own process to review these. And what I will say is there is a good-natured debate to be had about where a press pass should extend and where it shouldn't. However, the 3 people that we are talking about don't fall within that debate. I think one of the most important things is that I, as the mayor, should not be deciding who is considered a journalist worthy of a pass and who is not. However, what we should have is a process that people can trust. Because as you've said, the nature of news, how it is reported, how it is consumed has changed. The city has to keep up with that. We have to ensure that if a New Yorker is getting their news in this manner, we also treat that legitimately. However, what we're talking about with regards to the 3 press passes that were reported on yesterday, that's not within that debate. What we need to do is put forward a process that is one where people can look at it and say, this is actually acknowledging the different ways in which to report. That's what we're reviewing right now, is how to put that together. at this point, it is still within the Mayor's Office of Media and Entertainment. That's where we're going to conduct that review to make sure we actually put together that process, and it's one that is actually reckoning with all of these different changing dynamics of the news environment. We're going to make sure that it's actually a much fairer one. Thank you.
That was the end of the statement from Zohran Mamdani. Sadly, with cases, media gets way more priority over the normal everyday public, so I think that's why they wanted the press passes compared to the normal everyday people passes to support Luigi, because they just get higher priority. I've heard they can get into the room a lot easier, a lot quicker, a lot closer to Luigi Mangione, etc. I've heard compared to, the regular everyday passes. And I did hear, please take this with a little bit of skepticism, but I did hear apparently how they easily got those press passes. What those fangirls did is because apparently they had Substack accounts and they had made some Substack posts. I've not checked it out. I'm not gonna look into it again. I don't want to give them more time of my own day and time, but that's what I've heard. That's how they easily got it compared to other people. So technically, if that is true, I can technically get a press pass in Luigi Mangione's case and go there and be there in person in the hearings. Now, give me about $4,000, maybe more, to get over there, because holy shit, everything's so much more expensive if you don't live anywhere near the US, like in Australia. Yeah, it's really expensive flying anywhere unless you want to go to New Zealand and Australia. Anyway, but until then, I'm just gonna be here and hear the news the next day. Anyway, the 26th of May, 2026. This is Karen Rockefeller's response towards the prosecution of when they were arguing about basic everyday questions in the jury selectionnaire, and this is basically Karen responding to that, saying, yeah, no, the questions you want to get rid of are just normal everyday basic questions in jury selectionnaire, and then she goes through every single question the prosecution want to get rid of, and then break it down and explain of no, these aren't unreasonable and these are totally okay to have. That's basically what this document is. It's a little bit similar to what I do, but a lot more formal and a lot more lawyer-like, and we also get a little bit more of a glimpse of what other questions will be asked to jurors in Luigi Mangione's case in this document. So again, I don't think we'll ever get the full questionnaire for the jury selection in Luigi Mangione's case. I think we'll just get glimpses like this. But anyway, I'll pop it up on screen for you guys.
Via ECF, the Honorable Margaret M. Garnett, United States District Judge, Southern District of New York, 40 Foley Square, New York, New York 10007 Re, United States vs. Mangione, 25 CR 176, MMG. Dear Judge Garnett, the government objects to many of the questions proposed by the defense on the basis that the question is not likely to reveal a bias or that the juror cannot follow the court's instructions. However, the government overlooks the fact that defense counsel may want to exercise peremptory challenges for reasons aside from bias and objective lack of qualification alone. For instance, a party may want jurors who have responsibility in their jobs or their living situations. The party may be of the view that people with real-world responsibilities are better jurors for a particular case. The government objects to many of the questions that would assist defense counsel in exercising peremptory challenges along these lines. Also, a party may want a mix of jurors who have children and those who do not. The government would not allow defense counsel to learn this information. In addition, a juror's familiarity with jails, law enforcement and firearms may play a role in how peremptory challenges are utilized. With these general principles in mind, we address the government's objections. Question 5. A juror's living situation, specifically whether they own or rent their home and other relevant details, is an important and basic piece of information that counsel wants to know. In context of other information, it may lead to a conclusion that a certain person is or is not an appropriate juror in this case. Question 6, 7, 7, C, and 8. The same is true of a person's employment status, history, and whether the potential juror has experience working toward a goal as part of a group. Again, this is basic, non-intrusive information that is plainly relevant, again in the context of other information, to whether a party may believe a potential juror is right for this case. Every person brings his or her background into the jury room, and the person's employment history, including whether they supervise others and work in groups, is plainly important. Question 14. Whether a juror has children and the general background information of their children is central to whether a juror may be right for any case, much less a case where violent crime and stalking is alleged. Again, this may or may not lead to a challenge for cause, but it is certainly something counsel wants to know when exercising peremptory challenges. Question 15 does not ask what religion a potential juror aligns with, but rather how religious that person is, if at all. Again, in the context of other information concerning family, background and employment, this is basic and important information. Question 18. Understanding a potential juror's background in the context of jails, firearms, law enforcement, and other topics that are relevant to the case is basic, non-intrusive information that is important in knowing whether the juror is right for this case. The government's objection is that this question duplicates other questions. Defense counsel does not see any duplication. Question 22. Again, the government objects that this question is duplicative. Counsel respectfully disagrees. This question about what law and order type television shows a juror watches is important in gauging a juror's interest and potential prejudice in connection with a real-life court case. Questions 23, 24 and 25. These questions are not duplicative, and are important in gauging potential views and biases of jurors. Questions 39 and 40. These questions together ask jurors if they have particular prejudices based on their own experience with the criminal justice system. A juror who believes that the police mishandled a criminal complaint of the juror herself or a loved one is fundamental information relevant to potential bias. Question 40 merely asks if their experience will bias them in connection with this case. Question 41. The import of the question is not whether or not they were in fact investigated, but whether they believe they were and what feelings they have about their belief. Again, this is basic information relevant to bias. Question 45. The government claims this is duplicative. The defense believes it is not duplicative and is an appropriate standalone question. Question 46. A juror who regularly stays at the Hilton Hotel on 6th Avenue and 53rd Street may have feelings about this case that are unique to that person. Question 50. This is a basic and important question that is relevant to a juror's potential bias, either for or against law enforcement. Questions 54-64. The government claims these are unnecessary. The defense disagrees. It would be inappropriate for the defense to be prevented from knowing that a potential juror works for the same company as did the victim in this case, especially because of the nature of the allegations. The same is true for a juror holding stock in the same company. There is no doubt that a juror with any connection to, or interest in UHC, may have a bias against the defendant. Indeed, depending on the answers to questions 54-64, the defense may have a cause challenge to such a juror. Questions 66 and 67. A juror's self-report as to whether a juror can and is willing to follow basic principles in a criminal trial is a prudent and necessary question. Questions 73. C. The government claims these questions are unnecessary and risk confusing the jurors. These questions, however, will help defense counsel determine whether the potential juror has any intrinsic biases against individuals charged with committing a crime, a key consideration in exercising peremptory challenges. Moreover, these questions are straightforward and not confusing. Questions 78, 80, 81, 82 and 83. The government seems to have forgotten that the former Attorney General violated this court's local rule concerning prejudicial pre-trial publicity. Getting to the bottom of the damage she has caused is critical. Respectfully submitted, Karen Friedman Anafilo Mark Anafilo Jacob Kaplan counsel for Luigi Mangione.
First half of this document, Karen Anafilo argues saying these are normal everyday standard questions to ask people for jury selection here because these are just normal everyday people that have lives, they have kids, they have jobs, etc. And the questions they want to get rid of are like, doesn't make sense. Because literally these people that are going to be jurors are just normal everyday people that have lives outside of jury selection, etc. They aren't like rich everyday people that sit around and don't do anything all day, or sad unemployed people like me. But they are people that have lives and do things. So basically, Karen Rockefeller, it is totally reasonable for them to ask these normal everyday questions for people that are having normal everyday lives. Carro also brings up in the document, basically they want a mixed bag of people for the jury selection here. Like they want people that have kids, people that don't have kids, people have different religious beliefs, etc. in Luigi Mangione's jury selection, instead of, only one type of category of people that the prosecution kind of want to aim for, where it kind of sounds like they want, just rich people that have so much time on their hands for the jury selection in Luigi Mangione's case. Like we already know, those people are a little bit biased towards Luigi. And Carro basically says, they want a mixed bag of people. They don't want a certain group of people for Luigi Mangione's jury selection so they can, get a full unbiased opinion for Luigi Mangione's jury selection. Because again, Luigi deserves people that aren't biased in this case, like everyone who is being put on trial that has jury selection. And again, like I said earlier, a lot of this document is just Carro arguing, saying, these are the reasons why you're wrong and why you shouldn't get rid of these questions. Because again, they're like really basic questions they want to get rid of. So I am going to bring up and talk a little bit about some of the questions that were brought up. Again, we got a lot more of a glimpse of what the questions will be in Luigi Mangione's juror selection in Luigi Mangione's trial with Judge Garnett, and I do want to bring some of them up and talk about them a little bit. So the first one here, again, like I said earlier, I kind of had a feeling the prosecution kind of wants just to have rich people for Luigi Mangione jury selection because of this question, basically this question from Carro, where the prosecution object to it, and basically the question is if someone owns or rents their own home, and basically in this, Carro says, it's very important knowing if someone's living situation is rent or they own it or not, just so they can be there, or halfway through they need to move because they're being evicted or their rent ends or something like that. So it's very important and a basic question for them to ask. And another question the prosecution want to get rid of, again, very normal basic questions. Basically one of them is someone's employment status, saying if they're employed or not employed, and Carro brings up saying it's very important to know that answer because every single person brings their own background knowledge into the courtroom if they are selected to be part of a jury, because everyone is different. So it's a bit odd for them to wanting to get rid of that. Can you see a pattern? The questions they want to get rid of are just normal basic questions that you see on a lot of things, honestly. Again, it's a bit odd. They just want to be difficult for no fucking reason. There's certain questions I would understand they would want to get rid of, but the questions they want to get rid of are just normal basic everyday questions. Again, I won't go over all the questions, there's a lot more in this compared to the one beforehand, but I just want to bring some of them up. Again, I showed you beforehand what all the questions are, and you can go read them off by yourself later on. Again, website, yada yada. And again, I brought this up on when the prosecution brought it up in their side of the document, wanting to get rid of this question, asking if a juror has any experience of dealing with the police mishandling their case, or detectives, etc., in that kind of side of things, or even a loved one or knowing someone who has dealt with that. And Carro brings up saying, it's important to ask that question because that person would have a bias in this case for the police, or even against for the police, for them going through that experience or knowing a loved one with that. So it's important for them to ask that question. Again, basic questions they want to get rid of. It's very odd. And another question I also brought up with the prosecution side of things, again, basically, Carro also brings up, basically, they shouldn't get rid of the question of asking people if they live around where the Hilton is in Manhattan, New York, because, again, that kind of area, it's more like a rich people area, and only certain people live in that area, and they will have a different perspective and idea compared to, say, someone else who doesn't live in that area. So they don't want to get rid of that question because of that reason. So here's another one I do want to bring up. So they didn't actually say this in the side of things, but I do find this question very interesting. Basically, Karen Argofellow says, it is very important knowing if someone does work for United Healthcare, or even get shares from United Healthcare, or even being part of any type of Medicare ordeal in this case, just because of, the bias towards Luigi Mangione with the Medicare healthcare system in the United States. So again, it's very important for them to ask that question because of bias, like we already know with a certain person we'll bring up in a minute that I'm glad Karen Longfellow did. But again, it's very interesting. The prosecution want to get rid of that because they say it's too prejudicial asking that question. Again, very interesting, I think. Anyway, it's a very important question, especially with this case surrounding the healthcare system in the United States. So this I find honestly kind of hilarious. So basically the prosecution argue and say these questions they are asking normal everyday people for jury selection is way too hard and complicated for people to understand. And Karen Argofellow argues saying, no they're not, they're very straightforward. They're very normal, straightforward, understandable questions. And it's yeah, they definitely are. I'm a person who doesn't study law. Obviously, I went to film school. I mentioned that multiple times. I don't think I would be a very good lawyer. But again, I'm a normal everyday person. I've read some of the questions here and I understand all of them. They aren't confusing or anything like that. I think the prosecution are just trying to say, yeah, the people are very stupid. They don't understand this. It's no. These are normal, everyday, straightforward questions. People that don't understand or study law understands this, and if anyone does have any questions and want to further ask, they will ask, saying, hey, I don't truly understand this, can you word this differently? Again, the prosecution are just basically saying, yeah, people are stupid, they don't understand asking if their rental situation is they rent or they buy things. That's not a hard or complicated question. How thick does the prosecution think people are? I don't truly know what this question was. It doesn't really say. It just says a bunch of numbers of what the questions were. But I absolutely love this was brought up. Basically, Karen Argofellow says it's incredibly important for them to bring up Pam Bondi because of the presidential comments she made towards Luigi Mangione many times in this entire case getting involved, and they need to get to the bottom of this because her influence in this entire case was so fucking big. Because, again, she's literally Donald Trump's fucking lapdog. She was the one who decided to put the death penalty against Luigi Mangione when they weren't even considering that to be an option. Thank God the death penalty is taken off the table because of those presidential comments Pam Bondi made towards Luigi Mangione. And basically, they need to bring this up because of the presidential comments she has been making through this entire time when she was part of Donald Trump's legal team and being his little lapdog. Again, they need to get at the bottom of this, and it's incredibly important for them to ask these questions. I do really enjoy Karen Argofellow literally says, oh, so did the government has forgotten about Pam Bondi's presidential comments towards Luigi Mangione in this entire case. I love that. It's yeah, why the fuck do you want to get rid of those questions? You guys can bluntly see what she was doing the entire time when she was part of Donald Trump's legal team and being his little lapdog. So honestly, I'm so glad Karen Argofellow brought that up, and I'm glad that is going to be questions in this because of that reason. Like we already know, she had so much influence in this entire case. She has so much more involvement in the United Healthcare system than she let on, in this entire case. She was a lobbyist for New United Healthcare. She was earning money through, I think a third party. I'm not sure what it is, but she was earning money from United Healthcare one way or another. She had a family member who was also part of United Healthcare in some weird way. Again, she had connections to United Healthcare, basically having ulterior motives because, her cash cow got affected, and she obviously had ulterior motives in this case, like we already know. So it is incredibly important for them to ask those questions because of those prejudicial comments Pam Bondi made in this case towards Luigi Mangione. It's very important for them to ask those questions. But yeah, basically this document is just Carro Unavailability breaking down and disproving and saying, yeah, the questions they want to get rid of are incredibly stupid and don't make sense. These are just normal, basic, everyday questions. It's basically what this document is. Again, I do recommend to go read it. You do get a lot more glimpses of the jury questionnaire, but I do find it very interesting. The prosecution are just going after questions that are normal, basic, everyday questions. I'm pretty sure you see in a lot of things. Okay, except the Pam Bondi thing and being part of United Healthcare in some weird way. Not those questions, but a lot of the questions they are asking in this, the jury wants to get rid of are like, standard questions you see in a lot of things. It's like, do you rent? Do you not rent? Where do you live? What's your financial situation? Do you have kids? Do you not have kids? Are you religious? Are you not religious? Etc. Again, these are just normal questions, and it's really weird the prosecution want to get rid of them. It's like they just want to be difficult for the sake of being difficult. I've mentioned that so many times. The prosecution want to be difficult for the sake of being difficult, and I'm not just saying that because I'm biased. I'm saying that from reading documents from both sides, if that makes sense. But honestly, I do love reading responses from Carro Unavailability, especially those digs. So good. Like their legal digs, like they're very professional digs, and I absolutely love them. 3rd of June 2026. So on this day, Luigi Mangione had another hearing with Judge Carro, but this hearing was basically a closed off hearing. Basically, no one was allowed in the courtroom or anything like that. This was just strictly virtually. Again, no media was allowed, no people were allowed, only Luigi Mangione, his legal team, the prosecution, and the judge were in this. And again, this was all virtually, and I found it very interesting. This is like the first time we've ever heard of something like this, and basically Luigi Mangione's legal team said they want things to be sealed off from this hearing, so nothing comes out and people don't learn about it. They will bring out in due time, and again, we do find out a little bit later Judge Carro wants to reveal things that came out from this hearing a little bit later. We will go over that a little bit later on, and basically I do want to say a couple of things here, and it did come out basically here. Luigi Mangione will appear again for another hearing on June 16th, 2026, and I do want to say this here, with this closed off hearing that no one was allowed to get access or see or anything like that, and things that were sealed off, this is pretty normal procedure in a lot of court cases. And the thing is, there were so many people coming out and theorizing and talking about this. Again, I do want to bring this up here. Basically, there was a scheduling conflict where basically on June 15th, 2026, a hearing that was meant to happen with Judge Garnett was scheduled on June 15th, 2026, literally the day before the hearing scheduled by Judge Carro, and then later on it does come out and say they would move that schedule from. I do find it very interesting. The scheduling conflict has been happening a lot more lately compared to before in the past. Again, I'll go in that in a little bit more detail in a minute, but basically I do want to say this here. 8th of June 2026, this is a document from Judge Garnett for the rescheduling for basically the June 15th 2026, from moving it from 11 a.m. American time to 1 p.m. American time. This is a document saying, hey, scheduling conflict, this is why we're moving it. So I'll pop it up on screen for you guys.
Margaret M. Garnett, United States District Judge. The conference in this matter previously scheduled for June 15, 2026, at 11 a.m. has been rescheduled to June 15, 2026, at 1 p.m. in courtroom 110 of the Thurgood Marshall Courthouse, 40 Foley Square, New York, New York 10007. So ordered. Dated June 8, 2026, New York. New York.
June 10th, 2026. Please take this document with a little bit of skepticism. I did get this from Reddit. Basically, this is a document from Thomas Dickey, basically explaining to the prosecution when they posted that document saying, hey, you guys never submitted certain documents for Luigi Mangione's unavailability. Now he's definitely going to be coming to Pennsylvania. And then basically this is Thomas Dickey's response to their response of them not looking into things further. So I'll pop it up on screen for you guys.
In the Court of Common Pleas of Blair County, Pennsylvania Criminal Division, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania versus Luigi Nicholas Mangione, Defendant, CP07CR0002724-2024. Notice of Defendant's Unavailability for Personal Appearance in the Blair Presite for Consent to Remote County Court of Common Pleas and Appearance, filed on behalf of Commonwealth of Pennsylvania Peter J. Weeks, Esquire District Attorney PA, ID 201,051 Nicole M. Smith, Esquire First Assistant District Attorney PA, ID 200,855 Office of the District Attorney Blair County Courthouse 423 Allegheny Street, Suite 421 Hollidaysburg, Pennsylvania 16648, 814-693-3010. Counsel of Record, Thomas M. Dickey, ESQ. In the Court of Common Pleas of Blair County, Pennsylvania Criminal Division, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania versus Luigi Nicholas Mangione, Defendant, CP07CR0002724-2024. Notice of Defendant's Unavailability for Personal Appearance in EATI, the Blair County Court of Common Pleas and Presite for Consent to Remote Appearance. And now comes the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, by and through the District Attorney's Office of Blair County, and files this Notice of Defendant's Unavailability for Personal Appearance in the Blair County Court of Common Pleas and Presite for Consent to Remote Appearance, and in support thereof avers the following. 1. Defendant, Luigi Nicholas Mangione, Defendant Mangione, was charged at the above captioned criminal action numbers with forgery, utters forged writing, 18 PA, CSS 4101A3F3, firearms not to be carried without license, 18 PA CS $6,106A1, tamper records or identification, writings, 18 PA CSS 4104A, possess instrument of crime, 18 PA CS $907, and various related criminal offenses. On or about December 19, 2024, Defendant Mangione elected to waive his preliminary hearing with a preservation of habeas and then waived extradition to the state of New York, where he faces homicide and related charges. This waiver of extradition caused Defendant Mangione to be removed from the jurisdiction of Blair County in order to first prosecute him on his homicide case. Accordingly, the undersigned served a detainer by email and hand service to secure Defendant Mangione's appearance after his homicide prosecution. 3. Notably, the logistics and costs for the transportation and housing of Defendant Mangione were significantly greater than a typical inmate due to the media and public attention generated by the New York allegations. Further, there were significant security concerns regarding the custody and transportation of Defendant Mangione due to the public attention the case has received and the threats received by the criminal justice system regarding Defendant Mangione's prosecution. 4. Subsequent to Defendant Mangione's custody being transferred from the Blair County Sheriff to the New York City Police Department, he was taken into custody by the United States government on a federal indictment Fox homicide and related charges. Consequently, Defendant Mangione was detained in a federal prison where he remains. 5. The undersigned has been in communication with Assistant United States Attorney Frank Balsamello and the other United States attorneys prosecuting Defendant Mangione for the purposes of providing discovery to the United States government and to ascertain whether Defendant Mangione would be physically available for court appearances in Blair County during the pendency of his federal prosecution. On or about February 12, 2025, the undersigned received a letter from the United States Attorney's Southern District of New York, which indicated that Defendant Mangione would not be made physically available to Blair County until the disposition of his federal charges, including any sentencing proceedings. The letter also indicates that Defendant Mangione will be made available via video conference should he elect to proceed in any or all stages of his Blair County prosecution remotely. The Commonwealth then received Defendant Mangione's presite to schedule hearing and demand forged personal appearance on or about June 20, 2025 and immediately reached out to the federal prosecutor's office in New York. On or about June 20, 2025, the undersigned received a letter from the United States Attorney's Southern District of New York, which indicated that Defendant Mangione would not be made physically available to Blair County until the disposition of his federal charges, including any sentencing proceedings. The letter also indicates that Defendant Mangione will be made available via video conference should he elect to proceed in any oral stages of his Blair County prosecution remotely. Notwithstanding that concession, Defendant Mangione has continued to refuse remote appearance for his pending motions and remains unavailable. Subsequent to this correspondence and at the demand of Defendant Mangione's attorney, who repeatedly has declined to allow Defendant Mangione to participate remotely, the Commonwealth filed a petition for writ of habeas corpus ad prosequendum with the court. The writ was eventually signed by the court and forwarded to the United States Attorney's Office, who ultimately denied the writ. 10. The court has ordered the Commonwealth to provide continuous additional updates on the availability of Defendant Mangione, and the same is addressed by this notice. The position of the United States Attorney's Office regarding the physical unavailability of Defendant Mangione has made Defendant Mangione unavailable pursuant to PAR, Crim P600. The Commonwealth's detainer and previously filed writ of habeas corpus ad prosequendum reflects its intent to secure Defendant Mangione once he is physically available for prosecution in Blair County 11. Notably, the Commonwealth is aware of pending trial dates in the next coming months for Defendant Mangione's federal case and New York state case, which are to occur later in 2026. Based on conversations with Manhattan County District Attorney's Office prosecutors and assistant United States attorneys, the Commonwealth believes Defendant Mangione will remain unavailable for personal appearances until the conclusion of said trials. However, the Commonwealth asserts that the instant motion may be decided by the court without a hearing or the personal appearance of Defendant Mangione. Wherefore, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania respectfully requests this honorable court to enter an order acknowledging receipt of the attached correspondence and Defendant Mangione's unavailability, pursuant to PAR, Crim P600 unless Defendant Mangione elects to appear via video conferencing. Respectfully submitted, A2 Peter J. Weeks, Blair County District Attorney, R. Blair County District Attorney's Office, 423 Allegheny Street, St. 421, Hollidaysburg, Pennsylvania 16648, 814-693-3010. Respectfully submitted, Nicole M. Smith, 11 First Assistant District Attorney, Blair County District Attorney's Office. In the Court of Common Pleas of Blair County, Pennsylvania Criminal Division, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania vs. Luigi Nicholas Mangione, Defendant, CP07CR0002724-2024. Order and now, this day of 2026, upon review of Commonwealth notice, it is hereby ordered, directed, and decreed that Defendant Mangione shall be deemed unavailable for purposes of PAR, Crim P600, with the exception of any events that Defendant Mangione elects to waive his right to appear personally and elects to participate via video conferencing. Once the United States government makes Defendant Mangione physically available to Blair County for prosecution at docket CP07CR0002724-2024, the Commonwealth shall provide notice to Defendant Mangione's counsel, in order for said counsel to complete the necessary transportation order by the court. In the Court of Common Pleas of Blair County, Pennsylvania Criminal Division, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania vs. Luigi Nicholas Mangione, Defendant, CP07CR0002124 divided by 2024 Certificate of Compliance. I certify that this filing complies with the provisions of the Public Access Policy of the Unified Judicial System of Pennsylvania. Case records of the appellate and trial courts that require filing confidential information and documents differently than non-confidential information and documents. Respectfully submitted, Peter J. Weeks, District Attorney. In the Court of Common Pleas of Blair County, Pennsylvania Criminal Division, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania vs. Luigi Nicholas Mangione, Defendant, CP07CR0002724-2024 Certificate of Service. I, Peter J. Weeks, District Attorney, do hereby certify that I have served on this day a true and correct copy of the foregoing motion via email to Thomas M. Dickey, Esquire, ESQ 308 Orchard Avenue, Altoona, Pennsylvania 16602 Law 312 at yahoo.com.
Basically, this is a document from Thomas Dickey basically explaining why they haven't seen those documents. If they pried a little bit further and would have noticed they got a letter basically from someone in New York. It doesn't really say in the document who they received the letter from, but it does indicate it was someone higher up in New York who controls this kind of stuff for Luigi Mangione's unavailability to appear in New York. Basically, Thomas Dickey explains in the document on February 12, 2025, they received a letter even addressed to the prosecution in Pennsylvania saying Luigi Mangione will not be available to appear in New York because he is busy in New York, and going forward Luigi Mangione won't be available until everything has been done and dusted in New York, and then after all that he will be available. Again, seeing those documents that they said they did not file or anything like that beforehand, because literally last year they received a letter from someone higher up. It doesn't really say who in the document who sent that letter to the prosecution in Pennsylvania saying, hey, he won't be available to appear in Pennsylvania because of these reasons. It doesn't really say that, but I'm assuming someone who's very much higher up who can control that kind of stuff. Basically saying Luigi Mangione is unavailable to appear in Pennsylvania. And I went over that a couple of months ago when that document did come out, basically explaining Luigi Mangione's unavailability to appear in Pennsylvania, because, he's in New York dealing with a lot in New York with everything going on there. Again, basically, it sounds like someone in the Pennsylvania side of things and the prosecution didn't look into things further and just noticed, oh, they didn't file this. This must be happening. Instead of, looking into things further, this document is saying, yeah, we did this already from someone higher up telling you he's not available. This was also brought up in the document. Prosecution on the 20th of June 2025 reached out to prosecutors in New York demanding for Luigi Mangione to be available to be present to show up in Pennsylvania for his charges and all that in Pennsylvania. And basically the prosecution said, yeah, no, he's not available to appear in Pennsylvania because he's in New York dealing with the stuff we want to charge him for in New York. Again, it's very much we're telling you he's not available, and then they're just going, why didn't you tell us he's not available? It's we have told you, and they're just not listening. It's very much coming off like that. It's why didn't you tell us he's not available? He isn't available, we told you many times. Basically, this entire document is just Thomas Dickey saying, yeah, we had something filed saying he won't be available in February 2025, and basically people in Pennsylvania saying, no, he's not. We didn't receive that. Yes, you did. We have someone higher up telling you he's not available. And basically, that's what this entire document is, honestly. Also, this was brought up in the document. Habeas corpus was filed in this. It doesn't say when, but it does say habeas corpus was filed, but then it was denied by the United States Attorney Office. And basically, because that was denied, they have to keep updating and saying Luigi Mangione is not available to appear in Pennsylvania in person because of his unavailability. That's why they have to keep updating it, because that was denied. Unless Luigi Mangione agrees if he wants to do this virtually through Zoom, and they have to do that once every 14 days if Luigi Mangione changes his mind. But we already know, he has not done that yet, and it is his right to be there in person in Pennsylvania instead of doing it virtually. It also comes out in this document, it says once Luigi Mangione is physically available, they would want Luigi Mangione to appear in Pennsylvania and be in their custody for them to do the charges and do all this all over again, what's happening in New York, but with Pennsylvania instead of New York. It was also brought up in the document, the Pennsylvania prosecutors have been talking to people in the state case and also the federal case of Luigi Mangione's upcoming trials happening this year, and they basically agreed Luigi Mangione will be available after those results have come out. So again, it is coming out. They have been told multiple times by people higher up in New York. Even people that are on the federal case side of things and also the state case of that side of things in New York have also told them he's not available. Again, it just sounds like they've just been told multiple times and they're just not listening. It also comes out in this document, again, a motion might be put forward even with the unavailability of Luigi Mangione going forward, maybe, but it also says in this document this is a receipt of them acknowledging Luigi Mangione's unavailability and everything that was talked about and discussed, including the letter that came out on February 12, 2025 for Luigi Mangione not to appear in Pennsylvania. Again, I think they just needed to look into things further. The people in Pennsylvania, and this would have never happened. You know, we've seen it before where like I mentioned earlier, where like the prosecution didn't file a document in time, where they filed a document around like on the Friday late afternoon, and then basically Luigi Mangione's legal team in Pennsylvania received that document on Monday, again missing the deadline. Again, it sounds like they're a little bit unorganized and didn't look into things further, but anyway, I covered that many months ago. If you don't remember that document, I don't remember which document that was from, but I knew it was from one of them. Yeah, there's some things in this case is just embedded in my brain after reading these documents. The 11th of June 2026. The 11th of June 2026. Please take this document with a little bit of skepticism. I did get it from Instagram. This is another document from Thomas Dickey, so I'll pop it up on screen for you guys.
The 6th of November 2026 Blair County District Attorney's Office Notice of Defendant's Unavailability for Personal Appearance / Pre-Site for Consent Remote Appearance Dickey, Thomas M. The 6th of November 2026 E-Service served.
The 12th of June 2026. This is a document from Karen Uckfellow requesting for Luigi Mangione to wear court approval clothing on the 16th of June 2026. I'll pop it up on screen for you guys.
United States vs. Mangione, 25 CR 176, MMG. Dear Judge Garnett, Mr. Mangione is scheduled to appear in New York County Supreme Court on Tuesday, June 16, 2026, for a status conference. Mr. Mangione, inmate register 52503-511, is currently housed at the Metropolitan Detention Center, MDC, in Brooklyn and does not have civilian clothes to wear for the court appearance. We therefore request, without objection from Judge Carro or the government, that this court order the Bureau of Prisons and the MDC to accept the following clothing for Mr. Mangione for the court appearance: 1 suit, 1 shirt, 1 pairs of socks, and 1 pair of shoes without laces. For convenience, we have attached a proposed order for the court. Respectfully submitted, Karen Friedman Anafilo Mark Anafilo Jacob Kaplan Anafilo Intrator LLP 140 Broadway, Suite 2450 New York, NY 100.
The 13th of June 2026. I do take this document with a little bit of skepticism, but like we already know, it's already happened. I want to say this here, a massive thank you to Italians for Mangione on Instagram for DMing me this. For some reason, this hasn't appeared on my side of the world, on the Luigi Mangione's website, or even the website where prosecution upload their documents. In this case, I don't know why. I'll look into it more. I hope Australia has been not put in that category of we don't see updates in this case anymore. That'll be incredibly frustrating for me. Anyway, a massive thank you for them for DMing me this, because again, I would have not known. But basically, this is a scheduling conflict. Basically, Judge Garnett's hearing date was on the 15th of June 2026, and basically Judge Carro's hearing date was on the 16th of June 2026, so literally like one after another. And like we saw earlier, I showed you the document where Judge Garnett filed a document changing the time from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. American time. That court hearing date has been moved from the 15th of June 2026 to the 29th of June 2026 because of the scheduling conflict, and this I've been taking note of. We've been seeing a lot more scheduling conflicts, way more now than we have seen before in the past in Luigi Mangione's case. Like, we've seen it a couple of times over the span of 2 years and stuff in this case, but I've been noticing it a lot more now. A very small amount of time in the span of like 2 months of these scheduling conflicts, of it changing, it not happening. Like, I've been noticing it so much more now than before. In the span of like 2 months, the scheduling conflict has been happening way more than I've noticed before in the past. I'll pop this up on screen for you guys so you can see what I'm on about. So I'll pop it up on screen for you guys. Again, thank you for Italians from Mangione on Instagram. They're also on TikTok too for DMing me this. So I'll pop it up on screen for you guys.
Docket text orders to Luigi Nicholas Mangione, due to a scheduling conflict for defendant's counsel, and with the consent of the government, the conference previously scheduled for Monday, June 15th at 1 p.m. is adjourned to Monday, June 29th, 2026 at 11:30 a.m. The conference will be held in courtroom 110 of the Thurgood Marshall USC 006-2-2026 Gaze. Margaret entered .652/202 by Judge Margaret M. Garnett.
The 16th of June 2026. So Luigi Mangione was 100% meant to appear in court on this day, but the prosecution failed to file the paperwork to have Luigi Mangione from federal custody to state court custody. And when I first heard that, it's like, what the fuck? Like, that's like the most important thing, you know, submitting the correct paperwork to have the guy you're prosecuting to appear in one of the hearings. Like, what the fuck? But I did make a post about this when this first happened, because we've never heard anything like this before, and I hope I did not come off in that post saying I was defending them, because at the time I was literally going off what Carro said. I'll show you the clip in a minute, but basically the prosecution failed to file the rep so they could have Luigi Mangione in custody so they can do the hearing on the 16th of June 2026. Doesn't really happen. Maybe someone didn't put it in the right pile, maybe they just never did the paperwork, who knows? But honestly, this I found very interesting, and I saw this quite a bit actually, but basically, especially we know with Judge Carro, he is incredibly biased towards Luigi Mangione and his legal team. It is very interesting to hear with literally something as big as this that was done by the prosecution, and they didn't really get a slap on the wrist or anything like that from Judge Carro. It was like, okay, bring him in tomorrow, compared to say Luigi Mangione's legal team arguing, saying, hey, this isn't fair, we physically can't be in two places at once, these are the reasons why we physically can't get into the building, we've tried it before in the past, and Judge Carro goes, figure it out, bye, compared to say, when the prosecution do something as fucking big as this, they go, oh, okay, it's fine, just make sure, do the paperwork and come back tomorrow. Like, what the fuck? I've noticed this so much, and this is probably a really big example of this, of how incredibly biased Judge Carro is in this case because of something as big as this. Judge Carro is okay, bring him in tomorrow. But basically, Luigi Mangione will be in court on, there's a massive freaking bias going on, and it's bluntly obvious, especially when this mistake has happened. Again, guys, you had a 3-week long suppression hearing. I'm pretty sure you had to file a new document every single day of when you wanted him out. Why did you do this one time? I get mistakes happen, they do that, I understand, I am human, but I feel like you would have known this by now. I feel like it would have been on muscle memory at this point, with every person you were prosecuting or going after, or one of your clients, etc. Okay, what the fuck? Anyway, that's very infuriating, but Luigi Mangione will appear in court June 17th, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. And we did get a little clip from Carro explaining it again. When this happened, I just woke up, I just saw it briefly, and just watched the video of what Karen said and went off that. Again, I'm not defending the prosecution doing this, but again, on one hand, yeah, mistakes happen, but then on another hand, it's I'm not sure if this was them doing it intentionally so they could like have an idea. It's like, okay, we have one more day to have more time, or it was just a simple mistake, or is them sabotaging. I'm not too sure. It just happened. Anyway, so here is a little clip from Carro basically saying it was a mistake and stuff of when this happened. Anyway, I'll pop it up on the screen for you guys.
Can you just explain what happened inside?
You good? Okay. Hi, everybody.
The writ was not delivered to produce him. But the people have to deliver. So he wasn't produced, but it'll be here tomorrow.
Why do you think that it wasn't delivered?
Mistakes happen.
17th of June 2026. So on this day, Luigi Mangione appeared in court. They actually found the paperwork, oh my god, to get Luigi Mangione sent from MDC to attend his hearing. Yay. Basically, we didn't get any videos this time around compared to a couple of weeks ago where it was televised, but we did get photos of Luigi Mangione. I will pop them up on screen for you guys. You can clearly see Luigi Mangione is wearing a navy blue suit with a white shirt, and he has a haircut where his sideburns are just trimmed, nothing else. I just want to say this here, whoever cut your hair, Luigi Mangione, they did you dirty. But we didn't get that many photos of Luigi Mangione, but with the photos we did get, it does look like they still didn't unhandcuff Luigi Mangione. Again, very sad, mystery, sad to see they still refused to do it. And in some of the photos we got, it does look like Luigi Mangione was, and in the photos you can see Luigi Mangione was hiding his face when he was talking to one of his lawyers. I'm sorry, I forgot his name. I don't remember it. Many people have told me his name. I don't remember it. It is one of his lawyers. I remember Mark, I remember Carro. The rest of them I don't remember. In one ear, out the other. I'm sorry about that. But Luigi Mangione was covering his face with that yellow envelope with, I'm assuming, paperwork, documents, etc. he would have for this, or even notes he would take with him to MDC, I'm assuming. He was covering his face with the envelopes from the photographers when he was talking to his lawyer. Understandable, with having cameras shoved in your face every time when you literally leave MDC is incredibly uncomfortable. And basically, understandable, Luigi Mangione would be incredibly uncomfortable because every single time Luigi Mangione would leave MDC, there would be cameras shoved in his face. And that experience is incredibly uncomfortable. Now, on this day, I would normally say here are some live tweets, or here are some documents, or this is a transcript. But just because of everything that came out on this day and how much misinformation was surrounding everything, I'm only going to give you the hard facts of what actually came out and was discussed because of the amount of misinformation. Things were worded differently than what was actually said in the courtroom, etc. And again, I don't want to be the one to spread the misinformation. Incredibly important, especially with things in this case of how things are worded, especially in the media and online, because when something is said one way, it could mean something totally different when people say it in a different way, and this is something very much that has happened here. Again, if we had official transcripts that came out on this day, I think things would come out differently than what was already done, and damage has already been done already because of misworded information from the media in this case. Discussed on what was said, and when it will officially come out, I will cover it in more detail. But for now, we don't have that yet. And on my channel, my goal is to give you guys the correct information instead of, propaganda, confusionness. Like, literally my first video on this channel is what is propaganda. Like, again, this is my goal for this channel, like correct, accurate information. And again, we don't currently have that just yet, but when we do, I will cover it in more detail. This came out, by the way, please take everything what I said here with a little bit of skepticism, because this is from the internet, and how this was worded is incredibly misleading than what was actually said in the courtroom. I think the only people would have actually known what was actually said who were actually there in person in America, in the United States, compared to what's floating around on the internet. But basically, what was floating around on the internet when this happened, people are saying online on the internet what was said, Luigi Mangione's legal team was supposing a extreme emotional disturbance for one of the paths that were going down, or also known as EED. EED mean basically the person did it out of defense for themselves because they were fear for their own lives, and that would change the verdict to manslaughter more than first degree or second degree murder. But that was brought up, and also what also came out as well, Judge Carro wanted to release some documents and things that were mentioned from that closed off hearing, and basically it came out, Judge Carro said they need to make a decision the next day for anything to be redacted, etc. Again, very harsh wording from Carro to do this. Now, that started so much shit and so much, this is just worded like this. Now, we weren't in the courtroom. I was not in the courtroom. People that were in the courtroom weren't coming out and saying, oh no, it was worded like this. Now, I first heard the news and it's just like, okay, sit back, wait. This is just shit online flowing around. We don't have any official transcripts. We don't have anything official out yet. And again, I was just like, okay, wait, breathe. Luigi Mangione's legal team is smart. This could be a legal strategy if they wanted to go down this path. Again, they always go down things in the best interest in their client's mind. Now, the problem with this is people ran wild for this, and this damaged Luigi Mangione's case already. It's incredibly important of how things are worded, especially in this case, and people don't understand legal stuff whatsoever, and a lot of people are jumping to conclusions once this has happened. Now, 24 hours later, we got a document from Carro on the 18th of June 2026, basically them withdrawing them wanting to go down that path, extreme emotional defense, and again I'll show you guys that in a minute, but basically, and that was withdrawn. Now, it did come out later on, again in the span of 24 hours, this decision was discussed all the way back in September 2025. Now, that was back way before the death penalty was taken off the table, way before Judge Carro made his decision he wants to go first instead of letting Judge Garnett's trial go first. Again, this was discussed as a option maybe they would go down if worse would come to worse. I want to put that here. This was never a path they were willing to go down, because again, with lawyers and all this kind of stuff, they have to look at all the possibilities of what path they need to go down if the jury goes one direction, the defense goes one direction, the prosecution go down a certain direction. They have to look at all possibilities and discuss it. It basically came out in the last 24 hours for this is when they were considering this as maybe for this to be a option for them wanting to go down this path. Again, and they were bringing this up so they would have it, hey, if we want to go down this path, we can if worse comes to worse. Now, this is incredibly important, and I want to bring this up here. It's incredibly important of how things are worded, especially with things in this case. And damage has already been done so much in this case, especially with the media, etc. And now with this, with the media writing things wrong, basically saying, no, this is them considering this as a option if they want to go down this path. And I feel like they would have gone that path if worse comes to worse, instead of them going, oh no, we're going down this route, compared to say not going down this route. So again, it came out basically they are taking away this as a option of them wanting to go down this path. This was just them considering maybe they would go down this path if worse things come to worse. And I really want to put that here. It's incredibly important how things are worded, especially from the media, because oh my god, not a lot of people are media literate, and when I first saw this, it's like, okay, I'm just gonna step back and wait and hear what Carro has to say about all this, and now stuff has come out, and now we know what's actually happened. Holy shit, and this happened in the span of 24 hours. It's very annoying to watch of how many things went rampant just because of this. And again, this is just a little theory and thought I had on this of like, why the fuck did Judge Carro decided to bring this up? Like, I was talking to someone about this actually, like a couple of days ago or a day ago about this, but like, why the fuck did Judge Carro decide to bring up a legal strategy? I've never heard of this happening in any case. I do listen to court cases. It fascinates my little brain. You guys know my favorite channels is Dreading. Love them. But it's never come out in like hearings where a actual judge has requested, say, tell me your legal strategy before the actual trial date, but we won't let the prosecution tell us what their legal strategy is. I've never heard of this kind of stuff happening before in any case. That is not a joke. I listen to other cases, mostly in court side of things. It fascinates me. But I've never heard anything like this before. And like, why did Judge Carro decide to bring this up, stir the pot? He must have known this would have started shit, and then given the span of 24 hours to redact things, to have things released, when they said they wanted things to not be released yet to the public. Again, what the fuck? What are you doing, Judge Carro? There's no logical, factual reason I can think of why he decided to do that other than to stir things up for no reason. Like, I can't think of any legit, logical reason for someone to do this. I'm not joking. I keep thinking about it. Like, okay, what was the logical reason maybe why would a judge would do this? Like, I can't think of anything. I'm not a judge. I'm not on the law side of things, but I do think about things logically a lot. I can't think of it, of why the hell he would do this. Anyway, we're off my little heated argument about that. But I do have other things in my little notes here of like what I saw that was coming out on the day, but I don't want to bring them up just because of, again, misinformation. Again, I want to wait until we get actual factual information of actual transcripts of this day to sort what the fuck was said on this day instead of all the misinformation that was floating around. Luigi Mangione's defense is not going down the path of extreme emotional defense in Luigi Mangione's case. That does not mean, by Judge Carro, it does not mean Luigi Mangione's when he said he was not guilty, it doesn't mean they're going down the defense of saying he did do this, he did not. It doesn't mean his plea of him saying he's not guilty is wrong. It just means they were considering that as a option, maybe if worse comes to worse. And I want to put that here, okay? So much damage has already been done of misinformation in the last 24 hours in the span of Luigi Mangione's case of this decision. I just want to put that here. Luigi Mangione's next court appearance with Judge Carro will be on August 11th, 2026. 18th of June, 2026. This is a document from Karen Ucafillo. Again, this is the document I mentioned beforehand. This is basically the next day. Basically, Karen Ucafillo in this document said they are withdrawing their emotional extreme defense. They are withdrawing that for them going down as an option. And also on the same day, Judge Carro has signed off and said, yeah, they agree for taking that off the table for them going down the path they want to go down. And I'll pop it up on screen for you guys.
June 18th, 2026, Part 30 to June 1st, 8, 2026 via email. The Honorable Gregory Carro, Supreme Court of the State of New York, New York. Sit 10 Part 32 Re. People vs. Luigi Mangione, Ind. Number 75657/2024. Dear Justice Carro, the defense respectfully withdraws CPL Section 250.10 notice at this time. Respectfully submitted, Karen Friedman Anafilo Mark Anafilo Jacob Kaplan Counsel for Luigi Mangione, Supreme Court of the State of New York, County of New York. Part 32 The People of the State of New York, against : Order Ind. Number 75657-24 Luigi Mangione, Defendant, Justice Gregory Carro, in light of the defendant's withdrawal of CPL $250.10 notice, the court's previous order sealing certain transcripts, emails, and documents remains in effect. Dated June 18, 2026. Justice, Supreme Court OSL Gregory Carro.
And I do want to mention this here, I did bring this up earlier, them wanting to go down this path maybe as an option if worse things come to worse. This decision was made in September 2025, before the death penalty was taken off the table, before Judge Carro wanted to go first with his trial. Again, this was made as a option. This was just them nominating this to be maybe for them, for a option for them wanting to go down this path if worse things come to worse. This was never a defense they were ever going to go by. And again, I had way more stuff in my little script here to go over and talk about that, but again, there was so much going out in the last 24 hours. I don't want to give you guys misinformation, because I try my best not to do that on this channel. It's very much not what I want to do here. Okay, so that was the end of all the updates in Luigi Mangione's case, as me recording this video on the 21st of June 2026. So now we are going to be moving on to my final thoughts and things that weren't really relevant in Luigi Mangione's case, but things I want to bring up anyway. But I did came across this video and I thought it was incredibly interesting. I do want to say thank you to Salinity20 for DMing me this on Instagram. You've been sending me a lot of things, thank you so much. But basically, weirdly, over the span of this month or so, there's been a lot of documentaries surrounding Luigi Mangione's case. I'll cover that one in a minute, and detectives so-called coming out in this case and talking to the media for some reason. But this I found incredibly interesting. Please take it with a little bit of skepticism. It is the internet. People are going on the news and lying and saying they're like detectives when they're not. It's bad journalism if they don't look into the people they're looking into. I've seen it really too much. But basically, this clip is basically a so-called detective who worked on this case at the very beginning and basically coming out and saying the 3D printed ghost gun they allegedly found on Luigi Mangione doesn't match the actual bullets they found at the scene, and they are two entirely different guns. And I thought that was incredibly interesting to add here of another layer of basically the 3D printed ghost gun is not even the right type of gun. Now, like you already know, the Altoona police officers didn't know if they found a gun or not in New York. Came out in the December suppression hearing, but I thought it was incredibly interesting. This came out. Again, please take it with a little bit of skepticism. We don't even know if this guy is an actual detective or not, or he's just some guy who's cloud chessing and he bought a fake badge off the internet and wants to feel powerful. There's many cases of that, but I just thought it was very, very interesting and I wanted to bring this up here, so I'll pop it up on screen for you guys.
That's my belief based on what I've seen of the guns, yes. The gun that was recovered on him today doesn't look anything like a B&T Station 6, which is the gun that they said was used in the murder.
I just want to put that here because I thought it was incredibly interesting and I wanted to show you guys. Another thing that did come out this month, a documentary came out surrounding the murder of Brian Thompson also came out. I've not seen it, I've only heard about it. Again, a lot of things surrounding Luigi Mangione's case, like documentaries, bullshit news reports, etc., Netflix documentaries about Luigi Mangione's case, or even just basic random news about his case. I don't get access to that to here. They don't talk about that in my country. I just don't see it here. Same thing with the propaganda and all that surrounding his case. I only see that when I go online and look for it compared to here in Australia. But a documentary came out. Basically, again, it was just another fucking smear campaign towards Luigi Mangione and his family. But the things I've heard about this documentary, it was basically them weirdly focusing more so on him having a rich background and all that. Again, very weird. People need to start focusing on that. It's a little bit obsessive, guys. You guys say we're all obsessed with Luigi, but you guys keep making documentaries on the guy. You are obsessed. But again, that came out as well, and again, it's very prejudicial. it's very odd they are making more documentaries like this, heading more towards Luigi Mangione's actual trial. Again, it seems like they're just trying to give more bad press and make a massive smear campaign towards Luigi Mangione, not giving him a fair trial when it's getting closer to his actual trials dates in his case. And again, I've not seen it, I'm not going to watch it, I recommend you guys not to go watch it, but I've only heard bits and pieces about it. And honestly, the funniest thing is I heard about this documentary is everyone's siding on Luigi Mangione's side. It fucking backfired, and I absolutely love that. Yeah, your smear campaign didn't work. Everyone's still siding up with the guy that you are still trying to put his name through the dirt, and it's fucking hilarious. I love that. That's so funny. Okay, so that's like the end of like things I wanted to add in this little part. Again, the only other thing I wanted to add here was like what I already said in the video of like that guy who like tried to get Luigi Mangione out legally through the court system and stuff that isn't part of his legal team, but I already mentioned that already. But now we are going to move to my final thoughts. A lot more bigger accounts with like blue check marks, people that more have a like social following, people care about their opinions. I'm noticing a lot more those people are coming out and saying everything surrounding Luigi Mangione's backpack is incredibly sketchy, and you can clearly tell he was. I'm glad more people that have those bigger accounts are coming out and saying that, compared to say before in the past where they probably kept their mouth shut, or they were too afraid to speak out because they were scared they were going to lose a following, people would dogpile on them, etc. But I do like it now. I'm noticing a lot more people like that have bigger accounts are speaking up about this. I really like that compared to like beforehand, where I bring this up earlier in the video, but we did hear earlier last month, basically Luigi Mangione had a closed hearing, basically no one had access to it or anything like that. I did find that incredibly interesting, but I didn't really like think it was that odd to like, you know, theorize and all that, but I just thought it was interesting. We haven't had anything like that before in the past. I think maybe it was because of what those Luigi fangirls did, but again, that was just like a thought, like maybe that's why, but again, it could have been for a number of different reasons why they decided to do that. Again, Luigi Mangione's legal team will do things in their client's best interests. And one thing I do want to say this here, and I've been saying this so much more lately, when people don't get answers for things in Luigi Mangione's case, people will start theorizing and making their own assumptions and demanding answers in this case, when literally it's not their fucking business. And same thing with Luigi Mangione's family, leave them the fuck alone. But again, it's people don't get answers for things in this case, and they feel like they're entitled to it. It's like, no, you guys don't need to like theorize what was talked about and discussed, especially online. The internet is not your personal little diary. Write that in a diary somewhere. Again, theorizing about this kind of stuff is dangerous because people would see it, take it as fact, and not really realize it's someone making a theory instead of like, I don't know, seeing it as fact. And that's not really good because people would see that, they'll be influenced, and they'll think one way or another. And then on top of that, people are like demanding answers when Luigi Mangione's legal team's decision if they want to have things sealed off and not that you guys see it, because literally they're dealing with a really big public case. People aren't owed anything in this case. Documents and things in Luigi Mangione's case because they want it. And I've been noticing that a lot more lately, and making their own assumptions instead of like, you know, seeing what was going on or taking things in. It's like, oh, okay, this is what happened, instead of, or even just looking at the bigger picture of things in this case, instead of taking things at face value that a lot of people are doing in this case, and it's very frustrating. I did say this earlier, but sometimes in this case, when I see so many people online do it, again, it just turns into an echo chamber, and it's like, I see it, and it's just like, oh my god. And the worst thing is, these people have really big accounts, more people follow them, more people will see whatever that is fact, instead of, you know, looking into things further. And oh my god, I want to grab people's face and just go, wait Think about things more literally. There's a bigger picture here. Stop taking things at face value. Stop fucking making theories. This isn't like a cute little fan fiction. Think about things literally. Wait, see what happens from the actual legal team. Can you guys tell I'm frustrated? And another thing I've also noticed as well, I remember reading something from Italians from Mangione. I do follow them. They do great stuff. I remember reading something from them, basically them saying there isn't really a community anymore surrounding people in Luigi Mangione's case, and I think that's very true. The space online surrounding support in Luigi Mangione's case has been dwindling ever since the September hearing that happened. I made a video about that. Basically, ever since then, there's been a massive divide in the Luigi Mangione space, and it's been dwindling ever since, and it's becoming more and more apparent now more than ever. And it's kind of sad, because I remember reading stories and stuff in the past of like how much people were like together and supporting this one person in all this, and it was like very sweet to read compared to like now where there's just this massive divide. And I don't just mean between like people that just think he's hot and that's it, and between the people that support him for if he did this or not do this, that's a different story. But the people that support him and think he wants a fair trial, again, I'm not talking about that divide. I'm talking about the divide between like people that were together in this, and now there's a separate massive divide to like really mean girl status, fangirl, yada yada, to like normal everyday people who just want to like support him. I've been noticing that ever since, and it's honestly really sad. And I've said this multiple times in the past, but I keep noticing this, but I think this is more relevant now than ever. Basically, when we don't hear much in Luigi Mangione's case, people will start making up shit, and then people would run with it because they just want more Luigi. Honestly, frustrating to see how things are worded in this case, and then people would see the mis or fake information because someone who supposedly calls themselves a journalist would see something, write it a different way, and then people would like see it and think it means one thing when it totally means another, when, like I said earlier, like what was basically withdrawn from Carro of like the defense they may have wanted to go down by, but that was worded differently, and then that was put out in the press, and then everyone freaked the fuck out and made their own little conspiracy theories of what was actually going on, when in reality we don't have the full picture yet of what actually was talked about or discussed. Again, like I said earlier, considering that as an option of maybe they would go down that path if worse things come to worse, instead of like, you know, what was actually said and everyone was saying, oh no, this is what this means, and it's fucking infuriating to see. And the worst thing about it is, if you say anything else, when that stuff kind of starts floating around, people will dogpile on you and say you're wrong, and then like when it comes out otherwise, people would say, oh yeah, we didn't do that. It's like, what? But again, it's incredibly important how things are written and worded, especially in this case, because like we already know, things have already blown up and made things worse already in Luigi Mangione's case, just because of how things were worded. And not everyone understands the legal system. Not everyone can like read legal documents and break it down and work it out like I can and like some other people can do. Some people just look at things and take things at face value. It's like, oh, it definitely means this. I'm like, no, it doesn't. Take a step back. Think about it for a minute. It doesn't mean this. Get off Twitter, please. Leave. Put the phone down, please. Again, it's very frustrating. This as well. There's been so much fucking craziness in Luigi Mangione's case. That's probably the only way to like describe it properly. Like legit craziness surrounding Luigi Mangione's case. at the moment compared to in the past. But yeah, it's insane, and one I've also discussed many times. But there's been so much goddamn unfairness in Luigi Mangione's case ever since those officers stepped into that McDonald's in 2024, and it's bluntly obvious with more and more information we get surrounding when Luigi Mangione was arrested. Even with what prosecution do, they literally do sketchy fucking shit to get information about him. I'm still not gonna forget that fucking HIPAA violation you guys did by lying to his insurance company, saying there was a court date that never existed so they can get his medical information. And the worst thing about it is they got a slap on the wrist for that. That's a HIPAA violation. That's like one of the biggest things you guys care about in the United States and every other country. Unfairness is going on in Luigi Mangione's case. And I literally read something the other day about it, and it is very true though. Like, they're treating Luigi Mangione so differently when he goes to those hearings, etc. They're treating him so much differently compared to, say, a normal any other inmate for being accused for a similar crime. Again, they're treating him so differently, and it's bluntly obvious. They're like segregating him, parading him down the hallway with chains, vests, handcuffs, doing that stupid perp walk with the old mayor of New York that has his own sketchy shit surrounding him. Again, on not unshackling Luigi Mangione to the little belt thing where they had handcuffs on him so tight where he had bruises on his wrists, where they not let him wear court approval clothing because they just didn't want to. Same thing, they won't let Luigi Mangione talk to his lawyers in private before or even after he has the hearings, when those moments are very important. And same thing, they won't unhandcuff him when he would be allowed to be unhandcuffed in the meeting rooms at NDC, where he's allowed to walk around and stuff, visiting area. But then when there's cameras involved, they'll definitely do it, because other than they want to make a stupid point out of him. I brought that up many times, and I'm still going to keep bringing it up, but it's bluntly obvious and it's unfair. Again, they treat him so fucking differently, and it's so bluntly obvious of the treatment they are treating Luigi Mangione compared to literally any other person who has been accused of a similar crime. You know, they need to show, look at this big bad man we caught, we need to maintain him. Like, he's not a monster, he's not a wild animal, he's a human being, guys. Stop treating him like a fucking animal that needs to be caged. And that's what they're doing. Again, I keep saying this, but it is another way for them to humiliate him, doing it that way. You can tell at this part of the video, I'm just really fucking pissed about literally what the media is doing, of everyone's conspiracy theories, of what their thoughts of what's going on in Luigi Mangione's case, instead of fucking thinking more literally in this case, taking things at face value, and they're just taking whatever and running with it. It's fucking infuriating, and it makes me pissed. And me saying that with the crazy injustice and the bluntly unfairness going on in Luigi Mangione's case, it is kind of amazing, showing how amazing Carro is as a actual lawyer. Like, it's absolutely fucking amazing of her and Luigi Mangione's legal team, I think, anyway. And it's honestly insane. Like, I think about this a lot. Basically, it's insane how much people are putting the weight of the entire American healthcare system on one man's shoulders. A 28-year-old man's shoulders, guys. That's a massive thing, putting that weight on one man's shoulders instead of your entire political system. And I think that's bluntly unfair, putting that much pressure on one man's shoulders if you think he did it or you think he didn't do it. And my thoughts surrounding Luigi Mangione still have not changed since when I started making this. I still don't think Luigi Mangione did this. I still just think he was just a man at the wrong place at the wrong time, and Altoona police officers wanted to be the heroes to catch the big bad CEO shooter so they can look like heroes in Pennsylvania. Like we already know, one of them won an award for this. Again, that's my thoughts. I still don't think Luigi did it. I admitted that many months ago in one of my videos, in one of these parts, but my thoughts still have not changed surrounding Luigi Mangione in this entire case. Anyway, we're moving on because holy shit, I talked about this boy for like 3 days. Let's face it, I've been talking about this boy for 1 year. Anyway, let's move on. I do apologize, this video is coming out a lot later than expected. Everything's been happening a lot later than expected this entire month. Sorry you're only getting 2 videos this month instead of 3, but I think it's okay. I made like 4 videos 1 month. Hope you guys liked this week's video. Hope you found it interesting. I have no idea how long it's going to be. I have no idea when it's going to come out. Sometime this month. I don't know when. I'm still have to edit this thing because I'm still the only one here. I don't think I'll ever have a team in my little channel here. I like having the power I have over my channel, what I yap about. Thank you for watching this week's video. You can subscribe if you want to. It's okay if not. I upload 3 times a month except this month. Apologies, shit's taking a lot longer than expected. And if you guys want to keep up to date with the channel, you can follow the channel's social medias. That's where I post little updates, what's going on in Luigi's case, what's happening with the channel, things I just generally find interesting, all that. So you can follow the channel's social media, they'll be in the description down below. And if you guys want to follow me personally, all of my social media will be in the description down below too. Thank you for watching. Bye!